game, one chance.
Hayward unloads. It's out of here. There is no doubt about this one. Matt Holliday.
The NL Wild Card game. Cardinals, Braves, next.
A picture-perfect night at Turner Field as postseason baseball returns to Atlanta. And a sellout crowd tomahawk chopping for the first ever wild card game. And this MLB wild card is presented by Budweiser. Tonight, the reigning world champs, the St. Louis Cardinals, against the Atlanta Braves. And hi everybody, welcome from Atlanta. This place is rocking right now as we have a piece of history here alongside Ron Darling and Joe Simpson. I'm Brian Anderson. It is a first, a new era in postseason baseball begins here tonight. The wild card game. The winner will advance. They'll go play the division-winning Washington Nationals. The loser sees a long season come to an abrupt end. And Ronnie, this is one of those nights. It's a special night because as these division winners are standing by preparing for a series, this is an elimination game, and these wild card teams are now in this pressure cooker knowing their season could end tonight.
Well, think about it. The loser is golfing or fishing by the weekend. And, you know, when you look at both teams, you look at the Cardinal team, they have tons of experience with Wainwright and Carpenter in the postseason. But they've chose to go with Kyle Loesch, who was 0-4 in the postseason, but was their most consistent starter all season with 16 wins. The Atlanta Braves are going to counter with the best pitcher in baseball down the stretch, Chris Medlin, as he tries to delay the retirement of Chipper Jones.
Well, the Braves and the Cardinals are two teams that are postseason regulars, Joe Simpson, but this is not Bobby Cox, this is not Tony La Russa. These are two managers in Freddie Gonzalez and Mike Matheny. They'll be managing their first ever postseason game here tonight.
Neither one have been in postseason, and what a way to have to break into the postseason managing a one-game drag race this afternoon, because they can't even plan for a full series. But one decision's already been made that may affect the outcome of this game, and it was a big one by Freddie Gonzalez and the Braves. Brian McCann will not start tonight. He instead has chosen David Ross to be the catcher for Chris Medlin. Brian McCann's been waylaid by a lot of injuries. David Ross has been hot down the stretch. Then you look at St. Louis. What a change for this ball club. This is the defending world champion team, and look at the list of names here, beginning with their manager, Tony La Russa, who retired, Dave Duncan, who stepped down, and then perennial MVP, it seemed like Albert Pujols, going away as a free agent, and then all these other names not available either by departure or by injury. So a lot of changes for the St. Louis team tonight, and a lot of energy for both of these teams because it's just for one game.
Yeah, and a lot of energy out there as they're expecting over 50,000 here at Turner Field. Has all the ingredients for an epic night of Major League Baseball. We march on. Lineups, first pitch coming up. Wild Card Baseball, the first of its kind, next on TBS.
I said this train carries broken hearted, not this train. Dreams will not be thwarted, this train. Faith will be rewarded, this train. Bells of freedom ring, this train.
This MLB NL Wild Card telecast on TBS is presented by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. By DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you gotta get DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV. By Bank of America. And by Droid Razor M by Motorola.
Back at Turner Field in Atlanta, downtown Atlanta, the home of the Braves and the home of Chipper Jones for the last 19 seasons. And with more on the Chipper Jones story, we send it down to Tom Verducci from Sports Illustrated. Tom?
Well, Brian, Chipper made it clear right from the beginning of the season this was his last season, and as such, he did address the team in spring training, addressed the team opening day, and even addressed the National League All-Star team. But today, as one of the Braves told me, no big speeches before this one. The team was very loose and relaxed as if it is a regular season game. Now, Chipper is not a big fan of this format. When I asked him about it, he said the game is about series in the regular season and the postseason, but today, that is no longer true. Guys?
Now Chipper Jones, 92 career postseason games, a .288 lifetime hitter in the postseason, coming up to play tonight. So Chris Medlin has taken the mound. Here is the batting order for the Cardinals. John Jay will lead off, and then Carlos Beltran, who is the Cardinals' best home run hitter. Matt Holliday hits third. In the cleanup spot, Alan Craig. He'll be the key to the Cardinals' offense. Yadier Molina, maybe the best in the business behind the plate. David Freese, the postseason hero from last year at third base. At second base, Daniel Descalso. The rookie shortstop, Pete Kozma. And then Kyle Loesch will round it out. That's Mike Matheny's first ever postseason lineup he has had to write out. And there is Chris Medlin. And Ron, you said one of the hottest pitchers in the game right now. What a story he's been for the Braves.
What makes this 5'9" and 3/4-inch right-hander so good? Well, he comes into a game, and you'll see it in the first inning, throwing all 4 pitches for strikes.
Medlin, as a starter this year, 9-0 with a 0.97 ERA. Overall, 10-1, 1.57 ERA. Appeared in 50 games and 12 starts. The Cardinals, they've been down this road before. They know what elimination games feel like. Mike Matheny said they've been in an elimination game for the last 2 months. And the Braves trying to move on as the top wild card record. Ready to go here, Turner Field. Medlin's first offering to John Jay. Strike one, and away we go.
Interesting, they're throwing that ball out, taking it because it's the first wild card game. Hall of Fame ball.
All right, new era begins here tonight.
Just make sure it says strike on it.
Yes. And Medlin is a strike thrower. That signature changeup. Joe talked about David Ross as his catcher here tonight. David Ross has done a great job with Medlin. Medlin enjoys throwing to both of these catchers, McCann and Ross, but his numbers are better with Ross behind the plate, and it starts with a strikeout.
That's vintage Chris Medlin right there, guys. Fastball, changeup, and then a 2-seamer coming back.
I remember another right-hander here for the Atlanta Braves that used to be able to do that. Maddox, of course, great fastball inside the J.
Yeah, they call Greg Maddux the Mad Dog. They call Chris Medlin the Med Dog. And he is very Maddux-like in his precision, or at least he has been this season, as Beltran jumps on the first pitch, fouls it away. Carlos Beltran, he'll be a key to the Cardinal offense as well. Struggled in the second half a little bit, hit in the 230s after the All-Star break, but he finished with 32 home runs and 97 driven in. He finished 5th in the league in home runs, 10th in the league in runs batted in. His first postseason since 2006 when he played for the New York Mets.
But he's always been a superb postseason player. Loves the spotlight. No reason to think otherwise today.
Beltran, one of the big pickups for the Cardinals this offseason. And a 1-2 misses away. Cardinals come in with some firepower. A team that hit over 270 as a ball club this year, second only to the Colorado Rockies in the National League. Back-to-back strikeouts for Medlin.
Well, he has such great deception in his delivery that even if he keeps the changeup up in the zone, the difference in speed still gets the hitter.
I felt like today a lot of the game would be dictated by who the home plate umpire would be, because both of these pitchers work both sides of the plate. They depend on the edges, and Jeff Kellogg behind the plate so far, not having to call too many because there have been a lot of swings and misses.
51-year-old Kellogg, as Matt Holliday takes a strike. Medlin just pouring them in to start this game. Matt Holliday coming off a big year. Mostly healthy year. He did deal with some back problems, but finished with 102 RBIs as he is drilled by a pitch. That's where you have to pitch Holliday inside, and Medlin too far in there. And the Cardinals have a base runner with 2 away.
Well, the natural movement of Medlin's ball is a ball that will run into the right-handers, away from the left-handers, and as you said, Brian, too far in there to Holiday.
Medlin will turn 27 in 2 days. Been a reliever, had Tommy John surgery back in 2010, but now getting his chance as a starter. And you figure he'll be aided by the shadows here at Turner Field, Joe. It's tough to see this time of night in this ballpark.
No question, Brian. And then the batter's eye is brightly lit behind him.
Alan Craig takes a ball.
Tough times right now for the hitters. A little bit of sunshine shining right on the mound, but the path of the baseball all in the shadow.
And right fielders beware here at Turner Field as that sun sets right in their eyes. Close play. Medlin has a superb pickoff move. And the Cardinals, a team that likes to run a lot, Joe, but between the combination of Medlin and Ross, they're going to be able to shut down a running game on most nights.
David Ross won't get as much publicity as Yadier Molina with his ability to throw, but he's good too.
2-0 to Craig.
Freddie Gonzalez was saying for such a young pitcher, Medlin has a great way of holding runners close, and he says the best right-handed move in the National League.
Medlin is an outstanding athlete. He was a college shortstop, drafted as a shortstop, as a matter of fact, and a pitcher. Craig, a bouncer over to the rookie Simmons. And Chris Medlin has a 0 on the board to get his postseason career started. Still filing in here at Turner Field. We're underway. We head to the bottom of the first, and here is the Budweiser Braves batting order. Michael Bourne, a base stealer, will lead off. Martin Prado hits second, and then Jason Hayward coming off a career year. Middle of the order, Chipper Jones, Freddie Freeman, and Dan Ugla bats sixth. Bottom of the order, the big change, David Ross in there for Brian McCann. Andrelton Simmons, the rookie shortstop from Kearsarge, and Chris Medlin will round it out. A switch hitting pitcher. Kyle Loesch on the mound for the Cardinals. And his first pitch to Michael Bourne is up and away, ball one. Kyle Loesch, he's never had a postseason win, Ron, but he gets a big start, maybe the biggest of his career.
Yeah, 0-4 in 9 games. In his first start last season against Philadelphia, he gave up 6 runs in 5 1/3.
There's strike one to Bourne.
But like Medlin, he needs to pitch to the corners. He's got a good cutter, good sinker. And with runners on, he's good at getting ground balls and a lot of double plays turned behind him.
Michael Bourne, such a big key to this Braves offense. Stole 42 bases this year, finished second in the league. He and Loesch were teammates with the Phillies in 07, and that was Bourne's only postseason appearance. He got 1 at bat in the 07 postseason.
Bourne missed about a week's worth of games right at the end of the season because of a diving play at second base, head first dive, where he sprained his thumb, a thumb that had been surgically repaired a couple of years ago, but did play in the last 3 games against Pittsburgh.
Ball and 2 strikes and a strikeout to get Kyle Loesch's night started. So a bunch of strikeouts early.
Here's the defense for the St. Louis Cardinals today, with Holiday, Jay, and Beltran in the outfield. 3 Gold Gloves for Carlos. 6th most errors in the National League at 107. Freeze and Cosma on the left side. Cosma playing for the injured Rafael Percal. Descalso and Craig on the right side. And the perennial All-Star and Gold Glove winner, Yadier Molina, behind the plate.
One going for Martin Prado. Fitting that it is the Cardinals and the Braves here for this first ever wild card game. These 2 teams are no stranger to the postseason. In the division era, Atlanta appearing in their 13th postseason since '95, and St. Louis their 10th. As Prado bounces one to Craig, fumbles it, but able to get it to Loesch for out number 2. Wasn't the prettiest thing, but he got the job done, and 2 gone for Loesch in the first.
Yeah, it's not going to make the highlight reel, but that ball off the end of the bat from Prado had a lot of spin on it, and Craig stayed with it.
But one of the good things is if you're corralling it like that, if you're still shoveling it toward where you want to go with it, that helps a lot. So just a short flip.
Craig essentially taking over for Albert Pujols at first base. Although he's played a lot of outfield, he was the left fielder that caught the final out of the World Series last year. Well, what a hitter he's been. There's Jason Hayward. Speaking of hitters, a career year for Hayward. 27 home runs, 82 runs batted in this season, and a .269 average.
Both of these pitchers will pitch to contact. They don't mind you putting it in play as long as they're ahead in the count and you're hitting their pitch.
Although when Medlin's perfect, he can have some high strikeout games. He did this season.
112 strikeout game, 113.
And Medlin with 2 Ks in the first. Lowe striking out Bourne to get his night started. Lowe had a great year, a 16-game winner, a career best. He had a .286 ERA. Lowe finished 5th in the league in earned run average this season, and he's the hot hand that Matheny calls on for Game 1. And Ron, despite having Wainwright and Chris Carpenter, 2 postseason stars, it's Lowe who gets the call tonight.
Well, he's been their most consistent starter. Carpenter's only made 3 starts. Carpenter though 9-2 in the postseason. Wainwright only gave up 1 run in 10 games. Tough choice.
Swing and a miss, and Kyle Loesch answers Chris Medlin. A couple of strikeouts for each. 1 inning in the books. We head to the second. No score at Turner Field, and we invite you to play TBS Social Dugout presented by Samsung Galaxy 3. Predict the plays before they happen. Score points, compete against your friends, and earn rewards. Download the app by visiting tbs.com/social dugout or text dugout to 68398. Well, both of these pitchers as advertised to get their evenings started. Medlin and Loesch each with a pair of strikeouts. And Medlin back to work after a 13-pitch first inning. 8 of those were strikes. And he'll match up against Yadier Molina to lead off for the Cardinals in the second.
When you talk to anyone on the field, Atlanta Braves side or the Cardinals side, everyone just raving reviews about the work of Yadier Molina.
He's got to get some MVP votes, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he hit .315 this year, 22 homers, a career best, had 76 driven in. And he is a game-changing catcher. He's like a shutdown cornerback in the NFL. There's that tough Sunfield. Hayward fighting for it. That ball's deep, and Hayward reaches up, and he's got it. Jason Hayward makes a great catch. Oh, what a play by Hayward. The toughest Sunfield around.
Checking the wall, fighting the sun, timing his jump, and robbing Molina possibly of a home run here. What a play. Absolutely, that was going out. You can feel for Molina because he hit that hard. What a play.
Yeah, what a way to get the postseason started with a play like that in the second inning.
The Braves defense, the best in the National League. Best in fielding percentage. They made the fewest errors.
Just 86 errors for the Braves this season.
Everyone in baseball now looking for a 6'6" right fielder. He needed every inch.
Great timing.
Degree of difficulty is high enough without the sun, but dealing with that setting sun makes that one of the more impressive catches that we have seen lately in the postseason as Hayward comes up with a gem here, robbing Molina of a home run. David Freese, a little tapper, foul, and a 2-2 count on David Freese.
Ron, I think you can speak to this, that everybody's got nerves in a game like this, no matter which side you're on, no matter the success of either side in recent years. But a play like that defensively can help loosen everybody up.
If you're the starting pitcher, all of a sudden you gain 2 inches. Your shoulders feel higher.
Freese bounces one foul. And Medlin's not a guy who gives up a lot of home runs, just 6 throughout the course of the regular season in his 50 games, 12 of those being starts. So what a lift that must have been for Medlin to see that one pulled back. And a swing and a miss. Freeze down on strikes. Medlin with his 3rd already.
Well, I guess David Freese can make an out in the postseason. Tough pitching here by Chris Medlin. Change up away right on the corner and on the knees.
And like Loesch, again, he doesn't mind contact as long as it's contact dictated by the pitch he wants to make.
Daniel Descalso for the Cardinals with 2 away. St. Louis second baseman. And that changeup has been spot on early in this game. So if he's battling nerves, he's not showing it with his signature pitch.
Ron, you mentioned Greg Maddux earlier. Another similarity between the two is how much Medlin loves the chess game with hitters. Studies a lot of video and really tries to get hitters to work against his strengths rather than vice versa.
It's almost like he dictates the speed of the bat.
Yep.
Now the Braves have won 23 consecutive games that Medlin has started. Just an impressive streak. That is a record in Major League Baseball. 2-2 to Descalso, and a bouncing ball in the hole, backhanded by Freeman. And Medlin is there for him. A 1-2-3 inning, 2 scoreless for Chris Medlin. And you wonder what must be going through Chipper Jones's mind right now. Perhaps his final game at Turner Field. And listen to this crowd. Been a career victory lap for him all season long. He announced his retirement in spring training. And all business here tonight. Another postseason game for Chipper Jones.
Big hook there to start him. Good pitch.
Jones hit .287 during the regular season. At 14 home runs. He'll finish with a lifetime regular season batting average of .303.
This is his 93rd postseason game. When asked if he was nervous, he said, in the past, I was nervous in warm-ups, nervous in batting practice. I came today, no nerves at all. Very strange.
You're talking about that victory lap, Brian. One of the things even about the celebration they had here at Turner Field last week for Chipper, which was a weekend-long celebration, was that he always knew there was one more game. One more game. That's not a luxury today.
Good point. But Jones will finish, regardless of what he does in the postseason, as one of the great switch hitters of all time.
One of the things he said about Kyle Loesch, too, was that if he gets ahead in the count, if Chipper's ahead, he was going to look off speed. That pays off.
He's one of the few hitters in the game that's able to look off speed and take advantage of it.
Loesch behind him, 3 balls and a strike. And it goes to 3-2. Threw him a changeup, and Jones fouls it away. Got him. Loesch strikes out Chipper Jones. And quiets down this big crowd. 3rd strikeout for Kyle Loesch. Well, between innings, the starting pitcher Chris Medlin greets Jason Hayward with a big bear hug.
Well, the person doing the hugging there was Hayward.
The bear part was Jason.
After Hayward makes a great catch, taking a home run away from Yadier Molina in the 2nd inning. Now Freddie Freeman.
I think one of the underrated parts of Kyle Loesch's repertoire is his fastball. He can pump it up to 92 if he wants to, And I think he aired one out to Chipper up and in.
Now Loesch turned 34 yesterday from Chico, California. He'll be a free agent at season's end, and he'll be one of the top free agent pitchers on the market. You figure with Zach Greinke. And it was interesting hearing from Loesch yesterday. He talked about his start against Atlanta on May 30th, and he gave up some runs. He gave up 5 runs in that game. And he felt like he was tipping pitches in that game to the Braves. He thought a few of the Braves knew what was coming. So he changed his motion in the windup specifically. And you'll notice he now goes over his head with his glove in his hand as he begins his windup. Before, he was just out front. So whether it was true or not, he said the confidence that he got knowing that they're not picking this up changed the season, and he was dominant from that point on.
Yeah, he went on a real tear after that, whether it was real or perceived on his own part.
Loesch, after that start against the Braves, went 11-2 with a 2.63 ERA to finish the season. And a swing and a miss. Kyle Loesch strikes out Freddie Freeman. And the K's are racking up for these 2 pitchers. Number 4 for Loesch.
Struck out Chipper with a good 4-seamer, but this looked like a cutter. No, maybe not. A slider.
I think, yeah, slider or a real tight curveball.
Both pitchers very sharp here to start.
2 up and 2 down. Here is Dan Uggla. Big power bat in the middle of this Braves lineup. He was an all-star this season, but had a dismal second half until recently. Was actually benched at one point by Freddie Gonzalez in early September. He did a nice job once he got back in the starting lineup. Hit nearly 300 when he finally returned, but a trip to the tool shed for Dan Uggla to try to work out his swing, which produces a lot of strikeouts. Finished the year with 19 home runs and 78 driven in.
Also walks a lot, Brian, which is kind of odd to go with those strikeouts, but teams know that no matter what he's hitting, he's always a threat when he comes up there, so they pitch carefully to him, and he accumulated almost 100 walks this year.
He led the league. He tied with Joey Votto for the most walks in the National League. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Uggla.
Well, was the most unlikely of hitters to have a 33-game hitting streak last season, and I think the Braves were waiting all year for him to have one of those runs, and it never came.
Yeah, that was in the second half last year. They thought it might happen again this year.
Loesch goes to 3-2. Uggla had a flip-flop season. Had a great start this year and a rough second half, just the opposite last season. Full count to Dan Uggla, 2 away.
To shake Uggla's hand today, he said, "Whoa, easy, buddy. My hand's not feeling too good."
Yeah, he's got a cut on his hand between his first finger and middle finger, right between the big knuckles. Pretty good gash that sat out a couple of games for in Pittsburgh.
He did it in the celebration as they made it to the postseason, as Loesch just missed a 7-pitch at bat for Dan Uggla. And there's the walk you're talking about, Joe, and he's aboard with 2 away.
Borderline pitch too that Jeff Kellogg saw correctly, it appeared.
And now David Ross. Ross getting the start for Brian McCann. That was big news yesterday, and we talked about the compositions of the rosters here, and this 1-game elimination game changes the way a manager thinks. And because it's just 1 game, Freddie Gonzalez goes with David Ross, who is a much better defender, doesn't bring the offensive prowess that Brian McCann has, but McCann's really been struggling offensively.
Freddie Gonzalez had 2 big issues this summer: the benching of Uggla and McCann that he talked to on Wednesday about his decision to start Ross. Who'd he go to both times? Bobby Cox for a little help.
Well, David Ross is making just his 2nd career postseason start. His last came against the Cardinals Back in 2004, Ross was catching for the Dodgers at the time. As a matter of fact, Mike Matheny was in the starting lineup that day for St. Louis back in 04. So it's been a long time between postseason starts for David Ross. Foul territory. Craig will give it a look, and it's in the first row.
I would say that both of these managers, Ron, have nice consultants to defer to if they have any questions. For Freddie to talk to Bobby Cox, who's here today, and for Mike Matheny to be able to get on the phone to Tony La Russa. Good consultants.
Freddie Gonzalez has said that Bobby Cox couldn't have been any more confident about his managing. He's always positive. Said, yeah, that's the right move, Freddie.
Yeah, Freddie Gonzalez called Bobby Cox and said, I've got this situation I'm thinking about. And Bobby said, you know, I've been thinking about that for a month. Okay. What do you say, Skip? What do you think we should do? 1-2 to Ross. 2 outs in the inning. And timeout was asked for and granted by Jeff Kellogg. So a no pitch.
Well, pet peeve of mine, this is a little too late by Kellogg. Ross asked for time, never ever thought he was going to get it, so swung away.
Fortunate it is quiet enough in here that Kellogg was able to hear him. So we'll reset. 1 ball, 2 strikes on David Ross. And that ball is hit high and deep left center field. That's got a chance. And it is gone. A home run. David Ross. Welcome to the lineup.
He threw him a changeup when time was called. Ross swung through it. He came back with the changeup up in the strike zone. Ross did not miss it.
One of the things about the change in the lineup, and look at Brian McCann's reaction, is that David Ross can run into a fastball. He's a great fastball hitter, and here he gets a changeup after the timeout. Remember the swing and miss, and then he got the timeout, so he got another swing on the house. Wow.
And the first guy to greet him, his best friend, Brian McCann. Andrelton Simmons, the rookie shortstop, with a base hit. So with 2 outs, the Braves have come up with a walk, a home run, and now a single. Here's the plays Joe's talking about. Ross asked for timeout, was granted timeout by Kellogg. That pitch didn't count. Next pitch, see ya.
And you never know as a pitcher what to do after there's a timeout. Do I go with the same pitch? Do I change to another pitch? He didn't change, and Ross was all over it.
Here's Chris Medlin now. And he drops a bunt down. That's a fair ball in front of the plate. Easy out for Molina. And the side is retired.
Guys, we've been saying for years, a walk in the postseason is a rally, and it was again.
A 2-run home run by David Ross. Braves lead. Braves lead 2-0 on a David Ross 2-out 2-run home run. And a reminder that Cardinals and Braves fans, you can follow your teams with the Team Stream app. Download Team Stream, choose your teams, and you're all set. Get Team Stream from Bleacher Report today. So now the Cardinals trying to answer after David Ross brings them to their feet here at Turner Field. Chris Medlin with 2 scoreless innings and 3 strikeouts thus far.
Sorry, Brian. Both sides talked about how important early runs would be in this ball game too, because of the depth of both bullpens and the strength that they could go to for this 1-game playoff and use everybody in the bullpen if needed.
And again, it feels so different because it's brand new. Normally when you start a postseason, you ease into a series. Not that there's not a lot of pressure in game 1. There certainly is. But knowing that the loser goes home, the winner is the one that advances here. That elimination field to it changes how a manager thinks, how players will play. You might see moves you haven't seen. It affects the roster.
Sure.
Each manager has dropped starting pitchers off their active roster to add bench players. The Braves have 8 bench players tonight. The Cardinals with 7. So you got an entire team and all kind of specialty players on the bench.
Speed, pinch hitters, defensive players for both sides that can be plugged in when needed.
Pete Kozma. Kozma getting high praise from his manager Mike Matheny. And he didn't have to have a whole lot to say other than he looks like a big league shortstop. And he was the guy who stopped the revolving door for us, meaning the Cardinals, after the injury to Rafael Furcal. There's a strike called on the outside corner, and Medlin carves up another Cardinal. That is his 4th. As we send it down to Tom Verducci.
Well, Brian, you know, that decision by Freddie Gonzalez to start David Ross was something he agonized over a good 2 or 3 days. And as you mentioned, he did it with the help of Bobby Cox. As he said, Bobby Cox watches every game. And if you walk into the manager's office here, it looks like Bobby Cox's office still, with big number 6 on the wall, plenty of pictures of Bobby Cox. And as Freddie Gonzalez told me, it is his office. I just happen to occupy it.
Well, great respect, of course, for everybody in this Atlanta Braves organization, the Bobby Cox. Why shouldn't there be, with the class and talent that he brought here to this organization?
Well, if anybody knows what it's like to step into the shadow of a legendary manager, it is Freddie Gonzalez concerning Mike Matheny. Gonzalez, prior to the 2011 season, Matheny, after La Russa's Cardinals won the World Series championship last year, and those are not easy shoes to fill.
I think it's awesome what he's done, given that he hadn't managed at all anywhere. So
bouncing ball back up the middle. Simmons makes the play to get Loesch, and the Cardinal pitcher is retired. 2 gone.
you take over a world championship team, the expectations are already high. Microscope on you succeeding Tony La Russa, and I thought he passed with flying colors and did a great job for St. Louis.
Cardinals went 88 and 74. They were 2 games better than the Dodgers for the 2nd wild card spot. They finished 9 back of the Cincinnati Reds, who won the division. Dusty Baker's club will get their postseason started tomorrow against the Giants in San Francisco.
Think about the injuries they suffered through all year, though, the Cardinals. And Lance Berkman for like 81 at bats all year long. Didn't have Chris Carpenter until right at the end of the season.
So that means you had to start with Lance Lynn in the rotation, who did great, but he was the guy that did so well for you in the bullpen last season.
John Jay fouls it away a little bit late on the fastball.
So if the Cardinals have any problems this summer, the most glaring was the bridge to their late relievers, and it cost Kyle Loesch a lot of wins this year.
And the Cardinals had that great run last year. They are used to the elimination feel. John Mozeliak, their general manager, talking about the character of the club and how they plowed through the postseason last year, overcoming the Braves in the regular season just to make it into the postseason. As Jay lifts one in the air, high pop up for Jones. Fair territory and a 1-2-3 inning. Chris Medlin rolling along here through the first 3. The Braves 2, the Cardinals 0. Picture perfect night in Atlanta, Georgia, and aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything that Goodyear has learned making tires that go the distance inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Brian Anderson with Ron Darling, Joe Simpson, Tom Verducci. Great to have you with us tonight. The Atlanta Braves have a 2-0 lead on a David Ross home run, which was the bit of news yesterday, that Freddie Gonzalez goes with Ross over McCann, and Ross delivers in a big way. That was a 2-out home run off Loesch. Back to the top of the order now for Atlanta. Michael Bourne. He'll be followed by Prado and then Hayward. And a hard hit ground ball through for a base hit. And the Braves have their base stealer aboard to start the 3rd inning.
think that pitch was up a little bit, Ron. Yep. And Michael, a good high fastball hitter.
Well, like most pitchers, Kyle Loesch, when he's up on the strike zone, the ball flattens out. It's pretty straight.
Michael Bourne with 42 steals this year. Only Everett Cabrera of the San Diego Padres had more steals in the National League. And a good contact hitter behind him in Martin Prado.
Nobody can shut down a running game like Yadier Molina, with or without his pitcher's help. But Kyle Loesch is pretty quick to the plate, so he helps in that regard too.
Prado, low strikeout numbers, low walk numbers this year. Hit .301 for Atlanta. Playing all over the place. See him at third base, typically left field for the Braves. Got some time at shortstop as well when the young Simmons was injured.
I thought it was interesting to see him show bunt there, Brian, because David Freese at third base had been battling a right ankle problem for the last week or so, and he might have been thinking about testing him. Freese was back at the time.
Long look from Loesch, and Prado bunts it foul. And when we talked about how Yadier Molina changes a game, this is one area. You know, Michael Bourne, against most opponents in the National League, he's going to be off and running. But now you have to start thinking about a sacrifice, maybe hit and run.
Well, we've already seen that these managers are going to manage this game different. Probably wouldn't have him bunt during the regular season, but this game is so important that playing for small ball, even in the beginning of the game, is important.
Extra bases in the playoffs always seem bigger, feel bigger, but especially in an elimination game scenario. As Prado not bunting this time, takes a ball.
This is when Martin Prado is at his toughest for a pitcher, because that big hole on the right side, his ability to inside out his swing and go the other way, and a very tough out even with 2 strikes. He had more 2-strike hits than anybody in the National League.
Which is what you want a good number 2 hitter to do, a guy who can hit with 2 strikes. Giving Bourne some chances to run. That one's going to end up in the seats. And 2 balls and 2 strikes.
There's another good fastball, looked like a 4-seamer from Kyle Loesch that got in on Prado. Led the majors, so I shortchanged him a lead.
There you go. You know, the other thing you have to look at in Molina also, especially with 2 strikes, is if you're the runner getting that secondary lead, get back to that base, because he will throw behind you.
2-2 on Martin Prado. Braves have their leadoff runner aboard here. A single by Bourne. And Prado goes down swinging. So Kyle Loesch not only effectively holds the runner, but he picks up a strikeout. That is number 5 for Kyle Loesch.
Change up, beauty.
Pronates that arm, turns that ball over, and keeps it on the outside corner.
One gone. Here is Jason Hayward now. Hayward has already impacted this game with his glove. Made a fantastic catch in the 2nd inning, robbing Molina of a home run. Staring into the setting sun. Pops this one up. Long run for Holiday, and there is the 2nd out. The Cardinals' weakest link defensively over in left field. No problem with that one. 2 outs with Bourne at first, and Chipper Jones coming up. Jones struck out his last time up. One of 5 low strikeouts, and he starts him with a fastball strike.
Should be a little better for the hitters to see right now because the shadow is all the way out to right field, and that might work to the hitter's advantage going forward. No strobe light effect with scattered light.
The only problem, Joe, I see is the hitter's eye still is in the sunshine.
That's what they see with that backdrop.
This time Lowe stepped off. And Jones pulls one over to second base. Descalso takes care of Chipper Jones, and Loesch comes back with a 0 in the 3rd. 2-0 Braves. We head to the 4th. The Cardinals are coming up. Sun setting here at Turner Field. Carlos Beltran will lead off for St. Louis. A reminder that Sunday on MLB Network, it's ALDS Game 2. See Cespedes and the Oakland A's battle Cabrera and the Detroit Tigers. Coverage Sunday begins at noon Eastern, only on MLB Network. Go to MLBnetwork.com for channel number. Our buddy Matt Mascursion and Jim Cott will be calling that game. And we want to send our condolences out to Pat Neshek and his wife Stephanie. They lost their one-day-old son, and he will try to go in that series as Beltran singles to right, and the first hit for the Cardinals comes to lead off the 4th inning.
Well, and you figured it would be Beltran, who always seems to hit so well in the postseason. Had a historic postseason after being traded from the Kansas City Royals to the Houston Astros.
He was a big part of one of the many elimination games that have not gone the Braves' way here at Turner Field. One of the 8 in their franchise history that they have lost. Beltran did it to him as Houston Astro back in '04.
Almost single-handedly took care of that series.
Yeah, Beltran with 4 homers in that series and 9 RBIs as a 27-year-old. Bounced from the Mets to the Giants, and now the Cardinals, his first year in St. Louis. And the first hit of the ball game for the Redbirds with Holiday coming up.
If you're a free agent to be and you get traded in the playoffs and have a postseason like that, that's the best time to have it.
That's why it's kind of a special time for Kyle Loesch if he's able to extend the season for the St. Louis team.
Well, the Giants were banking on that very fact last year with Beltran, but didn't work out that way. San Francisco missed out. Beltran's comeback had a huge season. Certainly a big first half that propelled a terrific season.
In his heyday, none better at still in second base.
Back to '04. Beltran, the one-man wrecking crew, not only against the Atlanta Braves, but also against the Cardinals. He had 4 home runs in that series as well. As Matt Holliday takes strike 1.
Both of these 3-hole hitters today, Holiday and Jason Hayward, are similar from opposite sides of the plate. They make it appear that you can pitch them away, but they actually like the ball out away from them.
A hot one backhanded by Chipper Jones, and a high throw into right field. Beltran on his way to 3rd. Instead of a double play chance, perhaps, the Cardinals in business now as Chipper Jones throws it away.
Again, the top fielding team in the National League, and a rare throwing error by Chipper, who is extremely accurate.
That throw not even close as it sails over the head of Dan Uggla.
Jones had just 11 errors in the regular season. Chipper played in 112 games. Not the defender he once was, but still a good third baseman, but not on that occasion. And now the Cardinals knocking at the door here, 1st and 3rd, and Alan Craig coming up, their best clutch hitter this year.
Postseason can affect even 40-year-olds. Looked like
There
he
you
might
go.
have rushed that throw, Joe.
He might have had a little trouble getting it out of his glove and thereby rushed it.
Braves will play it back. They'll concede the run to turn 2 if Craig hits one on the ground, and he did roll one over to Simmons, the shortstop, his first time up.
Had various injuries earlier in the season, but once he came back, almost an RBI per game.
Led the National League in average with runners in scoring position, second in all of baseball. Impressive when you can go through the course of a season, hit 400 when it counts the most, when you have a runner at least at second or third. A single and an error to start this 4th inning. And the 2-0 to Craig. Strike. Found that outside corner with Jeff Kellogg, the home plate umpire. Sort of known as an umpire with a tight strike zone. Umpires don't like when you say that, though. They just call strikes strikes and balls balls.
Right.
But that's the rumored reputation, Mr. Kellogg. Just reporting. Three and one.
It's interesting asking Mike Matheny, the manager, about Alan Craig and why he's such a good hitter with runners in scoring position or runners on base. He says he's patient. He doesn't mind hitting with 2 strikes. He'll go to right field. He'll take whatever the pitcher gives him.
Yeah, he said the moment doesn't change his approach, which is very key.
And that one's hit high and deep to left field. Back is Prado, and he can't get it. A one-hopper off the wall. Beltran will score. Holiday going to be held around third. And Alan Craig carries it over to the postseason, driving in a run for the Cardinals. And it's 2-1 Atlanta. An RBI double for Craig.
We've been talking about this St. Louis offense. Best on base percentage in the National League, near the top of the league in batting average. So when they have an opportunity to take advantage of a mistake like was just made by Chipper, they rarely miss out. And again, Craig, 400 average with runners in scoring position, carries it through to this game.
And now Yadier Molina. Most managers in the National League say the Cardinals have the best lineup top to bottom, including Freddie Gonzalez. Tough to manage against.
One of the things you have to do against Molina in RBI situations, he loves to go the other way. Braves countering with Freeman way off the bag at first base, trying to plug that hole.
Second and third, nobody out. A run is in, and Molina trying to shoot one to right field, fouls it away. Well, last time Molina was at the plate, speaking of opposite field, looked like he was going to drive one out of the park, but a great catch from Jason Hayward, fighting the sun, the fence, and pulls one back. Molina had his best year with the long ball this year with 22 home runs.
A little different pitcher we see here in the 4th from Medlin. Early in the game, just pumping strikes in there. He's gotten behind some of the hitters now.
Making his first career postseason appearance, Chris Medlin. And Molina to the right side. Uglove will make the play for the out. Molina will drive in the run to tie this game at 2. An RBI ground out for Yadier Molina.
Well, Molina good hitting the other way. We talked about he likes to go in RBI situations that way. And watch Molina as he runs down to first base. A little self-congratulations on getting the job done.
Just take what the game gives you, right?
With the infield back too, it's kind of like just a runner at second, not necessarily at third, trying to get the guy over. He did the same thing, and at the same time got the second base runner to third.
And now Craig at third base, bringing the infield end for Atlanta with one away, and David Freese at the plate. A strikeout victim in the second inning. Medlin has 4 Ks already. And he lifts this one high in the air. Bourne waiting under it. Craig's going to tag. Catch is made. Bourne's throw to the plate is high, and Craig scores, and the Cardinals have taken the lead, a 3-spot in the 4th. St. Louis produces a couple of runs with outs.
Situational hitting clinic by the Cardinals in this inning after the error by Chipper.
Again, taking advantage of the mistake, and that's what St. Louis did last year in the postseason. They were very opportunistic.
Freese playing on a sore right ankle. Gives the Cardinals the lead in the 4th inning as Descalso takes strike 1. Bases empty, 2 away. Little jam shot into right, and Hayward will bring it in. Side retired, but the Cardinals score 3 runs. A costly error by Chipper Jones in the 4th opens the door for the Redbirds. Well, the Cardinals score 3 runs in the 4th inning. It was a big error by Chipper Jones on what looked like had a chance to be a double play off the bat of Matt Holliday. Instead, Jones throws it away. The Cardinals respond. They get RBIs from Craig, Molina, and Freese. And back on top now, St. Louis, as Kyle Loesch will face Freddie Freeman to start this inning, and a big swing and a miss. Loesch giving up the 2-run home run to David Ross in the 2nd. Has allowed just 3 hits thus far, has 5 strikeouts as Freeman pulls one down the line. Over to cut it off Beltran, and Freeman won't challenge the arm of Carlos Beltran, which is still very good. Moments ago, we spoke with Cardinals manager Mike Matheny, and Mike, well, through the first 4 innings, what is your first career postseason managerial experience like?
Well, great atmosphere here. The Braves fans are obviously excited, and the Cardinal fans that are here are as well. But it's just like we thought. We'd have a couple pitchers who've been throwing the ball extremely well, making good pitches, and just trying to make something happen when we can. And they're not going to come in bunches when you have guys throwing the ball like this.
Mike, this is Joe. What was your take on the play just before David Ross's home run? It looked like a late call on the timeout.
Yeah, that's always a tough spot to put the umpire in when they call late. You know, it's one of those situations, or as soon as you hear it, you have to call it. And Loesch hadn't made any movement, but it's tough, especially when you get the swinging through like that, and you get the strikeout possibly, and then the home run follows. It's a tough one to swallow.
And our thanks to Mike Matheny, first-year Cardinal skipper, as Dan Uggla takes a ball down and away. Ball and a strike on Uggla with Freddie Freeman at first base. A leadoff single for Atlanta. That was a big play as David Ross asked for timeout, was granted just as Loesch was about ready to throw the baseball. And then the very next pitch, Ross hit one out, and Ross is on deck. A strike on the outside corner.
Well, I have to say, so far, guys, home plate umpire Jeff Kellogg has had a pitcher's strike zone.
I think so too. When we talk about the difficulty that hitters may be having, well, he's got to look into that same background to track pitches. But I agree.
Well, does it help that these two pitchers have carried a reputation as strike throwers?
I always think of umpires, guys who hunt strikes and guys who hunt balls, and he looks like he's hunting strikes tonight.
You see the game plan for Loesch on the pitch tracks as he is staying away from Dan Uggla. Uggla walked with 2 outs in the 2nd inning, just ahead of Ross's 2-run home run. Everything away. 2-2 the count on Uggla. Big bouncing ball. Freeze. And out is the call. Close play at first. Uggla runs well. Almost beat it out, but a nice play by David Freese for the first out of the inning. Freeman will advance to second base.
Even in the worst of times for Dan Uggla, when he was hitting in the low hundreds, he hustles down the line on every ground ball and almost legged that one out. That's not surprising to see him get down the line quickly. Good call, though.
First base umpire is Mike Winters. So one away, and here comes David Ross. Talk about a guy rewarding his manager for the pull tonight. Drops a bunt down this time. It's a beauty. Freeze. Safe. A home run and a bunt single for David Ross. Infield hit for David Ross, first and third. Brings a laugh out of Brian McCann.
Well, that's about 4 or 5 bunt hits for David Ross this year. He's very good at dropping it down the third baseline if he catches the third baseman unaware.
It started to become, though, the best 2 minutes in sports as we're waiting for him to get down that first base line.
Now the pillow monkey got him. Goes face first, but it was worth it. How about that infield hit? And now Andrelton Simmons hitting 8th in this Braves batting order. There's a bunt, and Freeman won't go, and it hits Simmons. Down the line it goes. Freeman scores. Wait a minute. Hold everything. They're going to call an interference here.
What a turnaround this will cause.
Not going to count. Hold up. And before the crowd can die down, Freddie Gonzalez wants an explanation.
Is it just me, or do these plays only happen in the postseason? It's so hard to get in that running track, that running lane, when you're going down the first base line. You'll see that Simmons is on the grass.
He's got to be in foul territory.
Yeah. Very good call. Hit him in the helmet. He's out. And as it was all breaking loose on the field, Jeff Kellogg was waving his hands, calling Simmons out.
First of all, I'm going to question why he was bunting. First and third, and you got the pitcher up behind him, and it wasn't a suicide squeeze, so he was just trying to get on base or maybe get a guy in for third base if he got a base hit. So this was not the time for a bunt.
This is a young man's mistake here.
Yeah.
Bunting in that situation. You got to try the baseball because of the pitcher up next.
Exactly.
Little subtleties of National League Baseball, do's and don'ts.
And Simmons clearly angled his way into the grass inside the baseline. That happens throughout the course of a regular season all the time, as long as that's your running lane. But Simmons went out of it, and he's out. And now Medlin is up. The Braves pitcher with 2 away and runners at first and third.
These umpires are umpiring in the postseason for a reason. They're highly rated. They get rewarded for their work during the regular season. Here is the crew for today's game with Jeff Kellogg behind the plate. There's 3 different crew chiefs on this 6-man staff today, but a good call by Kellogg. He was on top of it.
Medlin takes a strike, and it's 0-2 on the switch hitting pitcher. Well, Freeman does not run well at third base. Thought for a moment he might make a dash for it. Perhaps a safety squeeze, but that wasn't the case. And Medlin is gone. Boy, what a turn of events here. The Braves sitting there with first and third and 1 out. Cardinals still lead 3-2.
This MLB NL Wild Card telecast on TBS is brought to you by Chevrolet, proud to support youth baseball in cities and towns across the country, and by Ameriprise Financial, more within reach.
Been some wild plays here early. 3-2. Cardinals lead the Atlanta Braves. And the Cardinals coming to bat as we head to the 5th inning. Chris Medlin back on the mound. He starts Cosma with a big hook for strike 1. Now, we had a chance between innings to talk to Freddie Gonzalez. We were planning to air that interview, but had technical difficulties with the headset, which we apologize for, but we did hear him enough that Freddie Gonzalez told us that the play last inning, A, he thinks Jeff Kellogg got the call right. B, that was a safety squeeze put on by Freddie Gonzalez with the young shortstop Simmons at the plate.
I'm surprised with the pitcher on deck and with more than anything else with that man Freddie Freeman running at third. He's not the swiftest of Atlanta runners.
A batted ball in front of the plate. Medlin, a very good fielder. For the first out, Cosmo retired. Such a big play in this game. It looks like the ball's going into right field. Ron, looks like the Braves are going to at least tie it, maybe take the lead. It sets up a big inning. Instead, it wipes out a potential big inning.
Well, you know, it's become a pet play in the National League, that safety squeeze with first and third, but it can only be done with the right personnel. Freddie Freeman, like Joe said, does not run well enough. Let the young shortstop swing the bat. All he has to do is hit a ground ball or a fly ball and get that runner in. Probably not going to be doubled up with his speed.
The guy that was upset the most was David Ross because he ran from first to home for no reason.
After sprinting to first on a bunt single. We'll ask if he went. Able to check his swing according to Mike Winters.
After the last call of interference, these men in blue cannot do any right here at Turner Field.
And Medlin misses away. 2-1 on Loesch. Two big plays in this game, and both calls called correctly. Loesch lifts it in the air to Hayward in right field, and there is out number 2 for Chris Medlin. So let's just take you back, show you this play here. Simmons dropping a bunt down with 1 out and runners at the corners.
You can see he's 3 feet inside of the line on the grass. Made it impossible for any kind of lane for Loesch to throw that baseball.
And if you're scoring at home, that is a 1-3 put out. Does anybody keep score anymore? Hope so. So 2 gone in the inning now. Top of the order for the Cardinals here is John Jay. 0 for 2 against Medlin.
Here's another guy that missed a lot of time for the Cardinals. Jay missed about 5 weeks with a bad shoulder.
Underrated, though, when you think about Furcal going down, their talented shortstop. He was their leadoff hitter. They had to insert the youngster Jay in there, and he took off.
He finished 9th in the league in hitting this year. Hit .305. 0-2. And Medlin tries to go back in there. It was the play of John Jay that, in a roundabout way, helped the Cardinals win the World Series last year, because he was so good they traded away Colby Rasmus and bolstered their bullpen. Little bouncer over to Uggla, and Medlin with a 1-2-3 inning. 4.5 in the books at Turner Field in Atlanta. Braves down a run. This MLB Wild Card presented by Budweiser. The historic first wild card game in Major League Baseball history. Turner Field, Atlanta. A sellout crowd, over 50,000 on hand here tonight. Winner advances. They will play the Washington Nationals. The loser will see an abrupt ending to their long season. Cardinals lead 3-2 behind Kyle Loesch. 3 runs scoring for St. Louis in the 4th. Only one of them was an earned run. It's a big error by Chipper Jones in that 4th. And now a swing inning for Kyle Loesch. Back at the top of the batting order. 3rd time through against Loesch as Michael Bourne leads off. He'll be followed by Prado and then Hayward.
We were talking in between innings. Nothing scientific here. Really just a race to have the lead after 6 innings. Both bullpens are set up. Both bullpens are extremely talented. The edge, though, goes to the Braves.
And packed houses in the bullpens tonight as Bourne knocked down by Loesch. Recovers and gets the speedy Bourne. What a play by Kyle Loesch. And one away in the 5th.
That's some athleticism. Either that or self-defense.
Just throw out the leather. You never know what can happen. Gets off the end of the glove and has enough wherewithal to get to the ball and make the play. Trainers and Matheny are out there, but Loesch has told him it just caught all leather.
Just waffled his glove, that's all.
In a perfect position to field that hot shot from Bourne.
A little shot put over to first.
You say that third base is the hot corner. Well, he was only about 55 feet away when that came back.
And who would know better than you?
It's a life of giving up line drives, Brian.
Martin Prado takes strike one from Loesch. Now Loesch with 6 strikeouts through the first 4 innings. Had as many as 6 strikeouts in only 5 of his 33 starts this year. Loesch always wanted to be a strikeout pitcher. He used the 4-seam fastball, wanted to blow it by guys, but he said it was Dave Duncan when he came to the Cardinals prior to the 08 season that changed everything for him. Turned him into a contact pitcher, a guy who could get through a game with minimal pitches. Started throwing a 2-seam fastball more, the sinker that gets a lot of ground balls. This one's in the air off the bat of Prado, and out number 2 for Kyle Loesch.
Dave Duncan's done that for a lot of guys. Helped their careers.
Joel Pinheiro is another pitcher that he turned into a 2-seam pitcher that had 2-3 great years in St. Louis. You know, in today's game where pitch count is everything, if you don't have overpowering stuff, that's what you have to do to get into the 7th and 8th innings, and that is why Loesch set his career high in innings this year with 211. There's pitching coach Derek Lilliquist,
former Brave. A good hitting pitcher, if I do recall.
The greatest hitting pitcher in the history of the game.
Might have had a couple of home runs off one of us.
Why do you say that?
There's Jason Hayward with 2 away. They talk about all the significant losses of the Cardinals. La Russa chief among them, and Albert Pujols, that is a big loss. For Call's injury, Berkman. But Dave Duncan was a big part of what they do, and Derek Lilliquist, according to Kyle Loesch, has just carried the baton forward. And everything that Duncan did and the plan that he set up, Lilliquist handles as well. Remember, he was the pitching coach down the stretch for the Cardinals and into the postseason last year.
When you have guys like Chris Carpenter to his left, it makes you a much better pitching coach, too.
2-0 to Hayward. That one misses away. 3 balls, no strikes.
That's 3 in a row that Molina has set up away, just trying to lure Jason into swinging at something that might be a little off the plate, and they've missed, so now they're in a 3-0 hole.
To the curveball. Actually, fastball, beg your pardon, in there for a strike. 3-1. The left-hander is Mark Zepchinski. Lance Lynn is the right-hander. Starting pitcher this year for the Cardinals, now in the bullpen for this 1-game scenario. In and out of the glove of Molina. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Hayward.
In a wild card game, they probably have the relievers warm up a little at the hotel before they come over here so they can get loose quickly.
Well, like I said, it's a drag race, and maybe it is just a drag race to get to the 6th inning with the lead, as you said, Ron, and then turn it over.
Matheny has 10 pitchers. Has 9 relievers available tonight if need be. As Hayward sends it out to Matt Holliday. Just shy of the warning track. Kyle Loesch, a 3-up, 3-down 5th. Never had a postseason win. He's up 1 now.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
5 innings in the books here at Turner Field, Atlanta. Carlos Beltran ready to lead off for St. Louis. Cardinals lead 3-2. Braves had the early lead on a David Ross 2-run homer. That came in the 2nd. Cardinals scored 3 runs in the 4th. 2 of those runs were unearned off Chris Medlin. Gave up 2 hits and an error in that 4th inning. Medlin responded with a 3-up, 3-down 5th inning. And we'll go through the heart of this Cardinal batting order in the 6th. Beltran, Holliday, and Craig. 32 home runs this year, hitting second for Mike Matheny tonight. He finished 5th in the league in home runs and is the Cardinals club leader in homers.
And it really shows you the strength of this lineup is when you can have someone with 32 home runs hitting in the 2-hole.
I was thinking that about John Jay and what he's done for them in the leadoff spot.
There's a strike on the inside corner.
Teams are always talking about needing run producers and everything, but if you have a good solid leadoff man like Rafael Furcal and lose him, sometimes that's the hardest spot in the order to replace.
Beltran into left center. Routine for Michael Bourne. Out number 1 for Medlin, and he's retired 6 in a row since Alan Craig's RBI double. Make that 7 straight. I beg your pardon. And now Matt Holliday with 1 away. Holliday trying to nurse through a sore back, but was able to play in 157 games this season for St. Louis. Played in all but 5. And with the exit of Albert Pujols, the big bat of Matt Holliday, Molina moved up in the batting order, the addition of Beltran, and this offense just keeps humming this year without Pujols in it.
Holliday probably has the most experience in this kind of atmosphere.
Yeah.
2007 win or go home against the San Diego Padres when he scored the winning run with his chin.
Like the 13th inning.
1-2 to Holliday, and that one's ripped deep left field, and there it goes. Matt Holliday unloads on one. 4-2 Cardinals as Matt Holliday hits a howitzer into the bleachers in left field. Showing that great power. Pitchers try to work him inside, but if you miss, look out.
Well, they'd started by working him away and thought they might sneak one by him in. Target wasn't inside, though.
No, they wanted that down and away. Medlin overthrew it. Came right back over the middle of the dish, and Holliday's so dangerous.
Quiets down this big crowd, this sellout here at Turner Field. 4-2 St. Louis, and now Alan Craig. Simmons, and a low throw dug out by Freddie Freeman. Outstanding first baseman Freeman. Freddie Gonzalez on seeing that home run by Holliday. He's made a lot of managers take deep breaths.
Postseason add-on runs are almost like 2 runs sometimes.
That, and you start feeling the pressure of wondering, okay, how much longer do I go with my starter?
Slow roller over to third. Jones has plenty of time with Molina running, and that'll retire the side. But Matt Holliday comes up big in the postseason once again. A long home run, and the Cardinals lead 4-2.
This MLB NL Wild Card telecast on TBS is brought to you by Edward Jones. Join the nearly 7 million investors who know FaceTime and Think Time make a difference. And by Samsung Galaxy 3. The next big thing is here.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything that Goodyear has learned making tires that go the distance inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Chipper Jones leads off. The man who has his number mowed into the center field grass, and the man who has committed a big error in this game, leading to a 3-run fourth. And now the Cardinals lead by 2 after the Matt Holliday home run in the top of this 6th inning. And if the Braves don't come back, it will be the final game in Chipper Jones' illustrious career of 19 years in the big leagues.
One thing about batting here in the 6th inning, is that no matter what happens, it guarantees him at least one more at bat.
Trying to get an inning started for Atlanta against Kyle Loesch. And Jones pops this one up. Daniel Descalso for the first out. Jones is retired, and Kyle Loesch has retired 6 in a row now.
That's twice he's done that to Chipper too. He did that his first time up. Got that fastball in on him when he struck him out.
And that'll bring up Freddie Freeman. Well, he started what looked like was a big inning brewing for the Atlanta Braves. Had a single to lead off the 4th. Braves had first and third with just 1 out. In that inning, Freddie Gonzalez told us the next half inning that he put on a safety squeeze with Andrelton Simmons. Simmons ran inside the baseline. The throw hit his helmet. He was called out. The next batter, the pitcher, Medlin, struck out, and Loesch was out of the thread. As Freeman sends one into left center, a base hit. Braves have a runner aboard. They'll bring the tying run to the plate as we check in with Matt Weiner in the studio. What do you have, Matt?
Hey, Brian, time for a game break presented by Bank of America. And a reminder to check out the Fan Cave at MLBFanCave.com. Instagram a photo of your personal postseason fan cave at MLB Fan Cave using hashtag MLBFC. Now back to Brian, Joe, and Ron right down the
All right, thank you, Matt. And a power hitter coming up for the Braves, representing the tying run, Dan Uggla.
I get to see the Braves play a lot, and I swear to you, I think Freddie Freeman someday is going to win himself a batting title.
He's only 23 years of age. He has 2 hits tonight, 2 of the 6 Atlanta hits. Uggla sends one in the air to left. Didn't quite get it. Got some carry as Holiday makes a catch. It just missed it on the bat. They were ready to roar here at Turner Field, and Uggla ends up flying out for the second out of the inning.
One that came back to the middle of the plate. Had too much of the plate for Kyle Loesch, but fortunate that Uggla just got under it a little bit.
Yeah, Mike Matheny on his way out. He's gotten 5 2/3 out of Kyle Loesch, and he's going to make the call to the bullpen. David Ross doesn't normally see a lot of pitching changes, but he's going to get one here after he went deep against Loesch in the second inning. As Matheny goes to his pen, Kyle Loesch, he'll have a chance to win his first postseason game. Our walk-off hero presented by Budweiser. We take you back to September 25th. The Atlanta Braves clinch a postseason berth in a big way. Freddie Freeman off the former Brave Mike Dunn of the Marlins. A walk-off home run. And the Braves sprayed that night, heading back to the postseason. After a collapse last year, great way to answer this season. Unfortunately, under the new format, they don't go into a best-of-5 series. They have to play this one-game elimination against the Cardinals. Budweiser, by the way, donated $5,000 for every walk-off win this year as part of a $2.5 million donation to the Folds of Honor Foundation, an organization dedicated to providing educational opportunities to families of fallen or injured soldiers. So Loesch is out. Lance Lynn is in.
Outstanding job by Kyle Loesch. When you look at Lance Lynn's season, it's really a tale of 2 stories. Got off to a great start when they put him in the rotation, when they knew Chris Carpenter was not going to be available, but then kind of got tired, and they put him back in the bullpen where he made 6 appearances.
And now David Ross. Now, Joe, you told us earlier, David Ross, an excellent fastball hitter. Matheny brings a fastball pitcher in the game in Lance Lynn, who was an 18-game winner this year for the Cardinals, mostly as a starter.
Yeah, 92 to 96 in his fastball.
Ross pops it up. Ball's carrying a little bit. Back is Beltran. And that's that. So Matheny makes the call. Lynn strands the base runner. And the Cardinals still lead it 4-2. Cardinals lead the Atlanta Braves. It's a historic first wild card game coming up next on TBS. It's the American League wild card game between the Orioles and the Rangers. Ernie Johnson, John Smoltz, Cal Ripken Jr. and Craig Sager all have it covered. And Ron, it's Joe Saunders against Yu Darvish.
Well, the craftiness of Saunders against the power of Yu Darvish. Saunders, a guy that got in August, now pitching one of the biggest games, and Darvish, who wasn't with the club last year, signed as a free agent, pitching the big game for Texas. As Ron Washington says, momentum is only your next day pitcher, and they need a good effort from Darvish.
They've really got to regroup after that bad week in Oakland.
Got swept by the Athletics. Athletics won the division. The Rangers, like the Cardinals, the wild card team this year, one of the wild card teams. So the two World Series combatants end up in the wild card elimination game this season. As we check David Freese. And a sac fly his last time up. And we check in with Tom Verducci. Tom.
Yeah, and for David Freese, that's just one more RBI in another elimination game. Now he's played in 5 postseason elimination games and is hitting .429 in those games with 10 RBIs. I asked him how he does it. And he talked about veteran leadership last year. Remember, he had no postseason experience last year. But guys like Albert Pujols and Lance Berkman gave him one lesson to take into the postseason. And he summed it up in 2 words: have fun.
Well, he was the NLCS MVP, was the World Series MVP. Hit .397 in the postseason last year.
And you won't see any more jerseys than that of David Freese in St. Louis. Local kid, found success.
Playing for his hometown team. 1-2 from Medlin, misses.
What makes Freese so tough is that he has tremendous power to right field.
And center field, as the Rangers found out.
Yeah. What a finish.
That one missed. A little bit low.
This figures to be Chris Medlin's last inning. He's due up second next inning.
That one did miss by much. David Ross turned the glove over. And Freese on the ground to Ugla. Bobbles. And throws it away. Wow. And now it gets by Ross. Freese on his way to second. Well, so the Atlanta Braves, the #1 defensive team of the National League. 2 errors in this game. The first one was very costly, and we'll see if this one is, as Ugla had a routine play bounce right off his chest.
Off the heel of his glove into his chest, and then he rushed the throw, and this wasn't even in the same area code as Freddie Freeman, who's 6'5" and couldn't reach it.
The problem happens is once you drop it, the panic sets in, and the result is a bad throw.
David Ross is in a good position to back it up, but it caromed off the wall by the on deck circle.
And with that stacked 1-game elimination roster, you can change the rosters moving forward. Adron Chambers will pinch run for Mike Matheny. Specialty players in the postseason. That's not something we've seen a whole lot of. Matheny has a sizable bench to work with. 15 position players for this game. So speed at second base. And Descalso gets a bunt down. Medlin thought about third. He'll take the sure out. Sacrifice bunt for Daniel Descalso. And Chambers at third base.
After the throw there by Dan Ugla, you saw the ball bounce off, actually not the wall but the screen.
And now with a runner at third and 1 out, Freddie Gonzalez will take the ball from Chris Medlin. 4 runs at this point, 2 are earned, and he'll exit to a standing ovation at Turner Field. Pitching change here at Turner Field as Freddie Gonzalez will make the call to Chad Durbin. You can get your team's news first. Get the Team Stream app from Bleacher Report, and you'll never miss another big moment with your team. Download Team Stream on the App Store or Google Play. There's President Jimmy Carter. Braves fans got his hat on, hoping for a comeback tonight. And Ted Turner. Turner Field enjoying his own seat in this ballpark. Former Braves owner.
Well, the Braves are happy to see him back in the ballpark, hoping he's a good luck charm, but not so far. Chad Durbin's the new pitcher for the Braves. Had a 1.84 ERA over his last 62 appearances, but he's brought in here because he's a good ground ball pitcher, and he's also been very good with inherited runners. But the infield will be in here with a guy at third.
Pete Kozma, St. Louis shortstop at the plate.
Well, he's a young shortstop that came up labeled as a light hitting shortstop, great glove, but he got some big hits down the stretch for the St. Louis Cardinals, and he's here hitting with all that talent on the bench because they're ahead by 2 and they need his defense. Looking for a big hit.
Cardinals lead 4-2. Pitch out. Braves thinking perhaps a squeeze is on. Nothing doing.
Maybe they forgot Tony La Russa's not the manager anymore.
Good point. Chambers has great speed at third base. Put on this roster to specifically be a pinch runner. There he is as Kozma takes a big cut.
Well, if you're Kozma, you want Durbin to get something up. He's got a good cutter. Can run the ball down and in on you if you're a right-handed hitter. So anything up, you got to be hacking at. And it looked like he got a breaking ball there and just missed it.
24-year-old shortstop taking over for Rafael Furcal. And Durbin missed away. Kozma didn't bite. 3-1.
Got to be patient here too. If you're Kozma, you wouldn't expect him to give in.
Swing and a miss.
He did. He threw one right there.
Right down the middle. 3-2 now on Kozma. Durbin in from Medlin. Medlin giving up 4 runs, 2 earned. Still a runner at third, his responsibility. Payoff pitch and a bouncing ball. Backhanded by Simmons. Bobbles coming to the plate. Throws it away. Kozma on his way to second. A poor throw from Simmons, and the Cardinals get another run. It's 5-2. And the best defensive team in the league is having anything but that kind of night tonight.
They are shooting themselves in the foot big time. Nice backhanded stop. Then again, Ron, the bobble, which caused some panic and a bad throw.
Yeah. Well, Durbin did his job. He got the ground ball. But once he didn't field that cleanly, Simmons had to go to first base. Inexperience.
Remember that low throw Simmons made? Freeman dug it out. Says he's had a little trouble throwing the baseball since he broke a pinky finger. And that's a big error again. Medlin's watched his defense fall apart here in this wild card game. Durbin out. Freddie Gonzalez back to the bullpen. Andrelton Simmons with an error, the third Atlanta error in this game. And the middle infielders committing the errors in this inning. In the 7th inning, Ugla and Simmons, and a run scores for St. Louis. They lead 5-2 now. Next man up is Johnny Venters, hard-throwing left-hander. As Mike Matheny sent Matt Carpenter, a left-handed batter, he was announced. Freddie Gonzalez counters with Venters.
Carpenter led their team with 11 RBIs as a pinch hitter this year.
1 out, runner at second. Here in the 7th, slow roller. That is going to stay foul. We can't help but think back to the Braves the last time they were in an elimination game. That was in the LDS 2 years ago against the San Francisco Giants and all of the troubles they had defensively. Brooks Conrad at second base, and now tonight 3 costly errors for Atlanta. Very uncharacteristic of them in the regular season.
Steady defensive ball club all year long, and again, kind of wearing it out, but the best fielding percentage in the National League. Fewest errors.
As Cosma at second, he runs well. Carpenter takes one off the plate.
The immediacy of this wild card format sure has to cause some nerves, and it seems like it has for the Braves.
Slow roller. This will stay fair and going to be trouble. Venters didn't get the tag on him. Save. Cosma scores. Pete Cosma flying around the bags, never slowed down. And he scores the 6th Cardinal run. Venters missed Carpenter.
What a great piece of base running. Jose Oquendo waving him around as Venters and Freeman couldn't decide who was going to field the ball. And when Venters picked it up, his momentum carrying him away from home plate allowed Cosma just to keep running.
So that'll be an infield hit for Matt Carpenter. Give him an RBI as he plates a runner from second base on an infield hit.
You're taught anytime there's a runner on second and you either have to cover first base or make a play at first base, you always have to be aware that there's a runner rounding third.
Top of the order. Here's John Jay, high and tight.
Practice that all spring training with your fielding, pitcher's fielding practice.
2 runs in for St. Louis.
Just a great piece of heads up running though by the kid Cosma.
Well, now for St. Louis, Mike Matheny has his bullpen set up the way he wants it. It's not the mix and match bullpen that we saw from Tony La Russa last year. Very defined roles in that bullpen from the 7th inning on. Cosma took a peek. Oquendo sent him home and scores without a throw.
Boy, I think, Joe, that was more on the young shortstop stealing that run.
I do too. Oquendo was kind of watching the play, just kind of pointed to home plate.
He just agreed with him.
Yeah, right.
Jay, a hot one out to short. Simmons will take it himself. And a double play to end the inning. But damage done. The Braves porous defensively. 2-run score. It's now 6-2 St. Louis.
Well, Joe talked all game long about how good the defense for the Atlanta Braves has been this season. Best fielding percentage, but a lot of the plays that they've had in the infield, 3 of their 4 infielders have made errors, and every single error seemed to be the same. A little panic, a little rush, and a bad throw. And even the rookie Simmons at shortstop blocks it, rushes the throw to home plate. It causes the Cardinals to score that run and an extra one later.
Well, that error by Chipper Jones in the 4th led to 3 runs for St. Louis. 2-run scoring with 2 errors in the 7th inning. Bottom of the 7th we go, and Simmons ready to lead off. Got some changes here for St. Louis. Matt Carpenter will enter the game at third base after a pinch hit infield single and an RBI. Take over for David Freese, and the new pitcher is Edward Mujica, and this is the guy, Ron, that Mike Matheny said was the unsung trade of the trade season. When they got Mujica, they settled their 7th inning down.
Well, they said, well, but the biggest problem they had earlier in the year, they could not get the ball to their closer, Mott. So they got Mujica in a trade, not a highly publicized trade. He came over and was unbelievable.
He's done his best pitching for the Cardinals in 29 games for St. Louis, a 1.03 ERA, 21 strikeouts in 26 innings for them. He throws hard. He's in the low 90s with an excellent split finger pitch. If there's hope for the Braves, it's that they hit him pretty hard when he was with the Marlins. He was in 5 games against Atlanta, 3 2/3 innings, 3 hits, 3 runs, including a homer. So they know him pretty well.
And with that split finger, he's a crossover pitcher, a guy that gets not only right-handers but left-handers out.
Edward Mujica from the Marlins to the Cardinals. And Andrelton Simmons ready to lead off. How good has Mujica been as a Cardinal? Well, in 29 games with St. Louis, he's given up just 3 earned runs. An ERA of 1.03 as a Cardinal. Matheny likes Mujica in the 7th, Mitchell Boggs in the 8th, and Jason Mott in the 9th.
I think the hardest thing in baseball to scout are these bridge relief pitchers. They're with one team, they can't get anyone out. They have a change of scenery, and they have great years.
Yeah, what happened? It's going to take a big inning, though, to get back in this ball game now because of the Braves' defense and what it's done to them. The Cardinals, again, as we said earlier, a very opportunistic team taking advantage of every mistake.
Bottom of the order to start it here. Simmons, the 8th place hitter. Freddie Gonzalez will have a pinch hitter next, and then back to the top.
The big inning will be very difficult to assemble against this good bullpen for St. Louis.
Jose Constanza looks like he's ready to hit next as Simmons chases one, pops it up. Hosma wants it, and he's got it for the out. The bridge inning, it's a big one, and Mike Matheny loves the fact that Mujica is now a Cardinal, and Tom Verducci with more on that story.
Yeah, General Manager John Mozeliak tried really hard in July to try to fix that bridge, and he kept knocking on the door of the Marlins to get this man, Mujica, and he has definitely improved the bullpen. Over the course of the season, the 6th and 7th innings, only the Chicago Cubs allowed more runs than the St. Louis Cardinals in the National League, but those numbers have gone down with the addition of Mujica.
They made a big trade last year with the Toronto Blue Jays to shore up their bullpen as Constanza takes a ball. We mentioned the play of John Jay allowed the Cardinals to trade Colby Rasmussen. They got 2 huge pieces in that deal in the bullpen, and they got Edwin Jackson as well. But Mark Zepchinski came over from the Blue Jays, Octavio Dotel, and Tony La Russa wasn't afraid to use him in the postseason last year. Constanza pinch hitting. Two balls and a strike, and that one's hit well right center field. That's going to get down. Constanza can fly. It's going to go to the wall. Racing around second. Jay brings it back in, and it'll be a triple for Constanza.
Fastball down the middle. And anytime a ball gets in the gap with Constanza running, it's almost an automatic triple.
Well, whatever book the Cardinals had on Constanza, he burns him with it. John Jay was in left center field to start that. And Constanza ends up with a triple. He beats the outfield shift. A runner at third with 1 out. And Michael Bourne at the plate, fouls it away.
You can see Jay way over in left center, and that defensive alignment got crossed up by a mistake by the pitcher.
Oh, and to the count. That nasty split finger fastball from Mujica. Well, the Braves must take advantage of this spot.
You bet.
Down
Infield
4
back.
runs.
Infield back. Just put it in play somewhere.
Cardinals would gladly concede the run to get an out as Bourne takes one just off the plate. Close pitch. A little bit low. Bourne has a hit tonight. He's 1 for 3. Those 3 at-bats against Kyle Loesch. Still in line for the win. Loesch 0-4 in his career in the postseason. Went 5 2/3 tonight. 2 earned runs. Mark Zepchinski, the left-hander, on the right, and Trevor Rosenthal, the hard-throwing right-hander. Bouncing ball, and this will bring in a run. So Bourne is out. The Braves get their third run, an RBI for Bourne, but 2 outs in the inning now, and nobody on. 6-3 St. Louis.
Well, you never want to give up a run, but I'm sure the Cardinals will trade that run for an out right there.
Yeah, they're very confident in what they've got ready for the Braves the last 3 innings of the game, even though they gave up a run there. With that 4-run cushion to start this inning, they're in good shape. In good shape in case something happens, like the triple, where single runs are not going to be that damaging.
Martin Prado with the bases empty and 2 away. With the heavy hitters coming up. If Prado could reach, Hayward would be next.
Just a conventional solid defensive game by the Braves would have probably put him in the lead here.
Chipper Jones hoping for an at-bat in this inning with some men on base. 2 balls and a strike. Atlanta got a 2-run homer with 2 outs in the second inning from David Ross. Low settled down pitch well. Another run is in here.
The guys, Cardinals only have 4 hits, so it's not like, with the exception of Holiday's homer, that they've been peppering the ball all over the place. It's the 3 errors that have really helped mightily. Only 1 man left on base for them.
Prado in the hole, base hit. The inning continues with 2 away. Gave him a fastball, and Prado extends this 7th inning, and that's going to be the last hitter that Mujica will face as Matheny takes the ball. And back to the bullpen. Jason Hayward coming up. Braves still alive in the 7th.
Hey everybody, Matt Weiner back in studio with the Bank of America game break. The Texas Rangers back themselves out of the division title and into tonight's wild card game, but they bring the #1 offense in baseball to the plate tonight against the Orioles. Ernie Johnson, John Smoltz, Cal Ripken Jr. and Craig Sager are on the case tonight in Arlington, Texas. You'll see the Orioles and Rangers right after the Cards and Braves wrap up their business here in Atlanta.
Looking forward to that first appearance in the postseason for the O's since '97. The Davey Johnson-led Baltimore Orioles in 1997. 6-3 here in Atlanta, and Mike Matheny is going to go with the matchup. The left-hander Zepchinski, Mark Zepchinski, to face the left-handed hitting Jason Hayward.
Well, Zepchinski was used in 70 games this summer. He came over in that trade you talked about, Brian. A lefty specialist made for these moments.
St. Louis leading 6-3. A man on with 2 away as Hayward takes strike 1. Chipper Jones is on deck. Hitless tonight, Hayward. A strikeout, 2 outs in the air. Jones hoping for a shot. And Hayward. Jay was playing deep. That's got a chance. It falls. A base hit. Hayward on his way to second. A double for Hayward. Prado ends up at third. And Chipper Jones will have his shot representing the tying run.
Jason Hayward trying to make sure he didn't bail out on Zepchinski in his delivery. got jammed a little bit. And when the ball squirted away, he decided to move himself into scoring position with some good hustle.
You know, in some ways, with the ground ball hit by Prado, the bloop by Hayward, the Braves looking for a blast from Jones.
Time for an opportunity for Chipper to redeem himself a little bit after the error.
You know, when you watch these postseason games, you come to these moments and you say to yourself, this might be the last moment for the Braves to get back in this game.
On the ground. And that's it. Boy, what a job Zepchinski with all of that surrounding Chipper Jones at Turner Field. Makes easy work of him. Inning over. 6-3 Cardinals. This MLB Wild Card game presented by Budweiser. The first of its kind. 2 wild card teams in a 1-game playoff, an elimination game. The winner advances to take on the division-winning Nationals. 6-3 St. Louis. Carlos Beltran grounds out. Nice play for the first out of the inning, as Eric O'Flaherty, the new Braves pitcher, on the first pitch gets it out. Chipper Jones just coming off making the final out, stranding 2 runners, makes an excellent play for out number 1.
Eric O'Flaherty, good numbers this year. He got off to a slow start, but since May 4th, he has an ERA of 0.73.
Coming off a season last year where his ERA was sub 1, 0.98. So back-to-back great years for O'Flaherty.
Braves have used Medlin, Durbin, Venters, who got the double play ball. And now O'Flaherty as Holiday goes to right field, a base hit. Holiday with a home run in the 6th inning, ripped one to left into the bleachers, just shoots one to right field for a single. And on base for the 4th time tonight. Just a reminder that Sunday on MLB Network, it's ALDS Game 2. See Cespedes and the A's take on the Detroit Tigers and Triple Crown winner Miguel Cabrera. Coverage begins Sunday at noon Eastern, only on MLB Network. Go to MLBnetwork.com for the channel number. A 1-out base runner, Alan Craig, steps in, takes strike 1. Craig doubled in a run in the 4th inning. Put the Cardinals on the board in that 4th inning. They were down 2-0 at the time. And a bouncer that's going to sneak through for a base hit. And here come the Cardinals with 2 on and 1 man out. Holiday and Craig with singles.
Again, the highest on base percentage in the National League. They are relentless up and down their lineup. They put the ball in play. They don't strike out a lot. They walk a lot. They have good knowledge of the strike zone. Just a very good lineup.
And you're asking your left-hander O'Flaherty to go through the switch hitting Beltran, right-handed hitting Holiday, Craig, Molina, so on and so on.
And now to be Molina. Boy, how fast it can turn. The Braves sitting there with a chance to possibly tie the game. A base hit to make it a 1-run game with Chipper Jones at the plate. With the ground out, stranding 2, and now the Cardinals come right back and put the pressure on. And the Cardinals have a lead after 7. Hasn't been locked down, but it's been good. 78-5. And a much better bullpen, more organized bullpen for Matheny once they acquired Mujica. So far tonight, the Cardinals with 2 hits with runners in scoring position, 2 for 4. Braves 1 for 5.
The only other inning where they've had more than 1 hit was the 4th, when they capitalized on Jones's error and scored 3 times.
Now remember, the Braves won 23 consecutive games that Chris Medlin started. That's on the line here tonight. Medlin went 6 1/3, 5 runs, but only 2 of them earned tonight. 2 balls and a strike on Molina, and a hot one to Jones. He's got it to second for 1. Uggla, a high throw. Freeman saves an error, and a double play to end the inning. A great play by Freddie Freeman as the Braves tried to throw another one away. No damage done, however. Excellent play by Freeman. Braves coming up in the 8th. Watch bonus camera angles for the Wild Card, Division Series, and ALCS games with postseason.tv. Get started now at MLB.com. Bottom of the 8th, running out of outs. The Atlanta Braves, they are down 3. The Cardinals have taken advantage of some sloppy defense by Atlanta. Mitchell Boggs out of the bullpen. Mike Matheny's 8th inning pitcher, his setup man, and he takes over here in the 8th with a 3-run lead to work with.
Well, he's one of those pitchers in the bullpen that has emerged unscathed here late in the season. From August on, throws 96 to 98 with a hard slider.
Did not give up a run his last 6 outings of the regular season. As Freeman, a cut and a miss, and it's 0-2 on Freddie Freeman, who has 2 hits tonight.
He sets up a lot like Craig Kimbrell of the Braves with that kind of left foot in front of the right, back kind of to home plate when he comes set.
With overly closed stance, all you can see is the number.
And he can bring it just like Kimbrell, who was warming up in the Braves pen.
Boggs had a 2.21 ERA this year. All of those games out of the bullpen. There were no saves for any other Cardinal other than Jason Mott this season. He saved every game for St. Louis. And that's partly because Mott was very good, but also Boggs was excellent in his role. Count stays at a ball and 2 strikes on Freddie Freeman. Cardinals trailed early 2-0 after the David Ross homer. Took the lead in the 4th and have not trailed since. They have not given up that lead since the 3-run 4th inning. He hit the bull.
I was just watching Molina when he gave the sign. He put his glove on the ground like, you know, I want this one in the dirt, bounce one up here. And he didn't even get leather on it. That was so far off the mark.
Usually someone drops into the water when that happens, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the obnoxious clown. Mike Matheny and Derek Lilliquist talking it over. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You need to put a little chalk on his fingers so it's a little easier for Mitchell Boggs to see the signs.
And now it goes full 3-2. Dan Uggla due up next.
No secret here, a 3-run lead. You just got to throw your best fastball down the middle.
And Freeman fights it off. The 7th pitch of the at-bat. Freeman's only faced Boggs twice. He's 1 for 2 against him. Way inside. Threw another one to the backstop. 2 clowns in the water. And Freeman is aboard. And now they rev it up here. Turner Field once again.
That one was just as far inside as the other one was outside.
Well, when you have a team late down by 3 runs, one of the things you cannot do is let them get back in by your lack of control.
Remember, Freddie Gonzalez still has Brian McCann on the bench. Dan Uggla after a leadoff walk to Freeman. And a little half swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Mike Winters says he did not check it, and it's 0-1. Cardinals set up to turn 2 on a ground ball. And Uggla grounds one right to Cosma. He bobbles a little bit. The turn not in time. That cost him a double play. Descalso was there, but that little hesitation put him in harm's way with Freeman barreling him on him. And Uggla beats it out.
The web of his glove, so when he first reached for it, he didn't get it.
Is there a sicker feeling for a second baseman to be standing there waiting on a toss? And Uggla hustles his way safe at first.
Cosmo saying my bad. Descalso saying I know.
It's no error. Cardinals get the lead out at second base. Here is David Ross. Strike one.
Well, the move to put him in the lineup certainly has paid off today. He's had some good at bats, including, and not just including, his home run in the second inning.
McCann going with a Visine. Got his batting gloves on. And Ross, a line drive back up the middle. Uggla will hold his ground at second base. David Ross with a 3-hit night. And once again, the Braves will bring the tying run to the plate.
And again, a fastball, and David Ross can hit anybody's fastball, and teed off on this one.
How about David Ross? 2-run homer in the second, bunted for a single. Now a line drive single. McCann moves into the on-deck circle. Pitcher spot due up next. Here is Andrelton Simmons. Looks like he was trying to leave.
One of the things the Braves have done all year long is work counts and really work up pitch counts on pitchers a lot of times and get them out of the game early. But there's another bit of youthful exuberance on the part of Simmons in a hurry there to try to hit one hard somewhere, even though Boggs has had trouble getting ahead in the count.
Simmons able to lay off. Tough slider from Mitchell Boggs. 3 home runs during the regular season. Simmons played in just 49 games for Atlanta this year.
Well, you want your young hitter with instructions of just keep the train moving.
Exactly.
You know, you're not a home run hitter. If you run into one, great. Jason Mott up already here in the 8th.
Might see him face Brian McCann. Ball and 2 strikes on Simmons. Simmons has an error tonight. Errors from second, short, and third base for the Braves in their infield tonight. And that bobble by the rookie shortstop for the Cardinals. Cosma cost the Cardinals a double play. One and 2.
Rally caps, panhandling, whatever it takes.
Inside, ball 3.
That wasn't a bad pitch at all. It was just a little bit in off the plate, but Simmons chased that ball first pitch of the at-bat, and he went right back to it. This time the kid didn't offer.
Now Simmons has worked it into a full count. Big pitch coming here with one away. Simmons, fly ball, shallow left. Back is Kozma. He'll take it. He'll call. Oh, it's going to drop. It falls. Miscommunication. And the bases are loaded, and Boggs can't believe it.
This crowd has been crazy. This crowd's been crazy all night. I wonder if it affected their communication.
They're calling it an infield fly rule. Wow. One umpire did. That's why Freddie Gonzalez is out. Well, this is a huge call here.
You cannot call that an infield
no
fly.
way.
It's too deep. He wasn't camped.
That ball went up, and infield fly rule was called immediately. This is a game-changing decision.
You know, this is what happens occasionally when you add extra umpires down the right field and left field line. You have extra umpires. Sometimes you have extra calls. The Braves got one call early on David Ross. They've been paying for it ever since.
Infield fly rule is the call. Simmons is going to be out.
It has to be a call where the infielder has a legitimate chance to catch the ball without a whole lot of effort.
Base runners are on their own when the infield fly rule is called, but the batter is out. An unbelievable call here. Wow. 2 outs. Which umpire called it? That is the left field umpire, Sam Holbrook.
Oh, this is not good. Fans are throwing stuff on the field all over the ballpark. I got to stop this.
Matheny and Gonzalez got to get their players off the field.
This is embarrassing for Atlanta fans. Now there are bottles and cans that are falling short and landing on fans down in the seats close to the field.
Wow. We're going to have a significant delay here. Very disappointing from the Turner Field fans. You can understand their frustration, but never take the steps to throw something on the field like this.
No, this is absolutely embarrassing for Atlanta fans.
Chipper Jones's maybe last game in Atlanta Braves uniform. This is what we see.
A game-changing decision by Sam Holbrook here as Andrelton Simmons pops it up, but it's deep. It's into left field. The left field umpire raises the finger.
Wow.
Infield fly. And it was
a late, very late decision, too.
Freddie saw it right away.
It was a late call by Holbrook, and I'm wondering if when he yelled infield fly, if that's why Kozma came off the ball. Maybe he heard that sound.
Could have been. Could have been. The crowd's been so loud. The problem for the communication between the fielders could have been just noise.
It's just a different perspective. You're making a call in a position that you haven't umpired all season long.
Right.
4 umpires throughout the regular season. They add the outfield umpires mostly to pick up traps and home run balls down the line.
Still
I'm not sure. It was such a late call. Kozma, I mean, that ball's in left field. If Holiday,
I just can't imagine. And we didn't see him put his arm up until Sam Holbrook did. But Jeff Nelson's the third base umpire. And when you're umpiring at third and you see a ball go out that far, you're not as apt to call an infield fly when you're seeing a guy go that far, as opposed to a left field umpire who's standing right there and it doesn't look as deep.
There's a phrase in baseball that says camped. Are you camped under the baseball? And he certainly was not camped on that drive by Simmons or pop up by Simmons.
the putout goes F6 officially. Kozma will get credit for the putout as the cleanup continues here at Turner Field. So instead of the bases loaded and McCann coming up, it's going to be 2 on with 2 out. I mean, that is deep in left field. No way that's an infield flyer. And it was so late. I don't think Cosma heard the umpire. Maybe he did, but he pulled off so late.
It's just a different perspective when you're
is.
making that call. Your view from left field is that the shortstop is even with you, as opposed if you're at third base, you can see him going back. You can see that it's going to be a tougher play of communication between the left fielder and the shortstop.
I definitely agree with that.
And debris still coming on the field. A bottle just almost hit a security guard.
I can't believe no one was hit, and maybe they were and we didn't see it.
One came dangerously close to Sam Holbrook.
But there's still fans throwing stuff on the field, and the ushers and security people have got to get a grip on this, especially in the lower section of the stands.
We will take a timeout as they clean up here at Turner Field. Braves still batting. 2 outs, 2 on. But a game changer here with that call. Now the 6-man umpiring crew standing in the safest place at Turner Field in the middle of the field. Disappointing that the debris comes raining down. A call, an infield fly rule call on a ball that landed in shallow left field. That is what the fuss is about, as Mitchell Boggs has been sent to his dugout as well. He's in the game pitching. So it's 6-3 Cardinals. The Braves are still up. Have McCann coming up. And 2 outs in the inning as we check in with Tom Verducci. Tom, what do you know here?
Have you got your hard hat on, Tom?
Yeah, well, I can tell you that some of the players actually did have to dodge cans and water bottles that were coming off the field. But the Braves' argument really is about 2 specific portions of the infield fly rule. Number 1, that it should be called with an ordinary effort by an infielder to make the play. Of course, they believe that was not a fly ball that caused or required ordinary effort. The second part of the rule is that the umpire shall make the call immediately for the benefit of the umpires. And I think the Braves had an issue with the time of when the call was made. So the ordinary effort by the infielder and the immediacy of the call, at least in the Braves' opinion, did not apply.
Well, Tommy, it's not only, you got it right there. It's not only to let the other umpires know in the infield fly rule, it's to let the players know what is going on the field. And that was called way too late for the infield fly.
And the reason it's called early is so that the rule states that a player can advance at his own risk. Well, if the infield fly is called right away, then you normally would go right back to your bag and tag up. This was not the case here. You see the runners are halfway, waiting to see what's going to happen. And then the late call. Ordinary effort, I thought that was above and beyond ordinary effort.
Yeah, the 2 check marks against both of those. And you wonder if Freddie Gonzalez ever thought about, before he left, placing the game under protest.
Right. Good point. And the umpires came together immediately, but obviously there's no overturning here. It's an infield fly roll. The call is made. Runner stopped down at that point. It would have been bases loaded for Atlanta with 1 out. They had McCann ready to hit. There's still time. There are still outs left for Atlanta and in this game, but this is a big moment in this game, and the judgment of the umpire that it was an infield fly. Now that rule is in effect, so an infielder doesn't drop a pop-up on purpose and turn it into 2 outs or a triple play.
Yeah.
It'd be a double play in this scenario. It protects the offensive team, but this did anything but in this scenario.
Well, I don't know if Freddie Gonzalez did place the game under protest. It probably is one that can't be protested because it's it's based on what the umpire sees.
Yeah, I would think not. It does not excuse the Braves fans for what they've done here tonight in the aftermath. There are still things being thrown out on the field from the upper deck, and it's just got to stop.
So that's what the delay is. We'll take another timeout, and when we come back on the other side, we'll check in with the studio and Matt Weiner, Boomer Wells, and Dennis Eckersley. Still delayed here at Turner Field as they remove the debris from the field. There's still debris coming out, not as much as it was a moment ago, but Freddie Gonzalez just a moment ago. And the reason we're back here is because Freddie Gonzalez went to the home plate umpire Jeff Kellogg, and he put the game under protest. And Kellogg gives the sign, the P, under protest. from the Braves manager.
I don't think I've ever seen that sign before.
Me neither.
Now the next step, Mike Matheny has been out there talking to the umpires. How long is too long for Mitchell Boggs? He's the pitcher that was in the game, and Matheny's already waved in Jason Mott. This changes, because of the delay, not the call, but the delay changes how he'll continue this inning. So here comes Mott. The Cardinals are coming back on the field. Mott will get the time he needs to get loose as we send it back down to Tom Verducci.
Well, guys, I can tell you there was a lot of discussion in the dugout about making this protest, because under a protest, you really have to protest a rule book violation or a rule book rule that was not applied properly. You could not protest, or at least successfully, a judgment call. So the Braves obviously grasping a little bit out of straw, but hoping that this was a case where the rule was not properly applied and not just a judgment call they didn't agree with.
I think that's exactly right, Tom. It may not be a rule book violation as much as the way it was interpreted, and there may be some grounds for that. In which case,
there's more debris coming on the field now as the Cardinals have taken the field.
If the protests were upheld, then the game would resume at the point of this. Once it's completed and the protest is upheld, you would resume it.
At bases loaded and 1 out.
Bases loaded, 1 out.
The young shortstop Simmons has been in the middle of the two biggest plays.
That's right.
The interference at first base and the pop up to left field.
When would you resume the game?
I'm not doing anything later.
Good call. I mean, after midnight, it's officially tomorrow. Wow, what a scene here. What a moment. What a big call. Remember, as Tom mentioned, the rule book stating ordinary effort is why he makes that call, or an umpire makes the infield fly rule call. Cosmo was out. He was waving Matt Holliday off, but he was so deep in left field. So we've had a significant delay here with debris coming on the field. Jason Mott is on the mound loosening, the Cardinal closer. And when we do finally get back to play here, we are going to have a serious moment with Brian McCann due to hit. Now, I will say this, because on an infield fly rule, the runners are at their own risk. I believe they'll be allowed to go second and third.
Yes, yeah, they'll be at second and third because there was the non-play, the ball that fell in between Cosma and Holliday.
So it's going to be a double switch for Matheny, by the way, with Mott in the game. Umpires still.
My issue now, Brian and Joe, is how do you protect the umpires that are on third and first and down the lines if they're going to continue to throw debris? Do you have a security guard right near them?
It's Jeff Kellogg on the phone.
You've
assuming
almost
he's
got
solving the MLB officials.
Almost the way things have gone, you've almost got to station some security guards on top of the dugout and kind of keep an eye on what's coming out.
Send it back down to Tom Verducci.
Yeah, Rob made a great point about really it hasn't stopped, and the players at the edges and umpires of the field have remained in danger. In fact, during that last conversation among Freddie Gonzalez and the umpires, Jeff Kellogg was hit by a small liquor bottle, the kind you will find on an airplane. It did bounce before it hit him, but then they had to move the conversation closer to the middle of the field and out of harm's way. So clearly there is a concern about the safety of players and umpires at this point.
Thank you, Tom. We are 15 minutes into this delay for the debris on the field, and if you're just picking us up, it's been an infield fly rule call that led to the second out. Again, it goes as an F6 on Andrelton Simmons.
Yeah, and a couple of the umpires, including Jeff Kellogg, just went down in the tunnel with Freddie Gonzalez. I don't know if it was to watch video or not.
Watch how late the call is there by Holbrook. That's not a reasonable time, and it's not an easily catchable ball.
Matt Holliday was so deep in left field, and now, as a matter of fact, during this delay, because Mott's coming in, Matheny's made the double switch. He's removed Holliday from the game. Shane Robinson will take over in left field.
In the meantime, he put the Cardinals in harm's way. They've been out there for so long.
Right.
These are the errors. This could have been a double play. Chipper throws it away. A little panic here by Dan Ugla at second base, and he throws this one away. And this ball to Simmons, the rookie. Panics, throws it past Ross.
That was in the 7th inning, those 2 errors.
And then the pop-up by Simmons. 30, 40 feet deep is Kozma and Holiday. Neither of them make the play, and the late call there by Sam Holbrook down the left field line, signaling the infield fly rule.
Jeff Kellogg finally back out. No umpire wants to be in a position like this.
If he goes over to Mike Matheny, this is going to be nuts. That means they're going to change the call.
I think so too.
Let's see. No argument from Matheny.
And no base runner at first.
Okay. So it will stay, and we'll try to find out what that was all about as soon as we can.
Well, maybe he had to inform Matheny that the game is going to be played under protest.
All right.
Well, even though Jeff Kellogg gave the protest sign with the P, no announcement has come from the press box to make that official, even though you and I and Brian saw it, Ron, that he was definitely making that sign.
All right, back to baseball here. Mott on the mound, the Cardinal closer. 18-minute delay after the debris. Got a new left fielder as well. St. Louis tightening up their defense with Shane Robinson. And one of the top closers in the league, Jason Mott, with 42 saves this year. Brian McCann at the plate representing the tying run. And now timeout call from right field. Carlos Beltran noticing some debris coming onto the field.
12 times Mott has pitched more than an inning this year. 5 saves, 2 blown, as things are still coming in, especially in right field.
Grounds crew working as hard as they can to try to clean it up as fast as they can. And
this is becoming a joke.
Very embarrassing.
I mean, how do you feel if you're Beltran out there in right field with your back to the crowd?
And a pressure spot coming up. Pitcher and hitter stepping back. All right, here we go. Second and third, 2 outs. And Mott misses up and away.
Well, Ross was the big move, and putting him in the lineup. Is McCann going to be the hero?
Brian McCann said he'd hope to get a chance to help his club tonight. He's got that chance. 2 balls and no strikes.
0 for 4 this year as a pinch hitter, and he's 0 for 3 in his career against Mott.
Hasn't been the same hitter that made him a 6-time All-Star. McCann dealing with an injured shoulder. And he fouls that one away.
97 on that pitch from Mott.
Mike Matheny going to ask Jason Mott to get the final 4 outs.
Mott pitched a short game out there in the bullpen, and then the wait.
2 balls and a strike on McCann. And inside a ball. 3-1.
I think whenever you take any closer, any reliever, and take them out of their routine, there's always aftershocks.
Hitters count for McCann. And ball 4. Bases loaded for the Braves. 2 outs, back to the top of the order, and that guarantees Chipper Jones will get an at-bat here, at least one more. McCann will be lifted for a pinch runner. Tyler Pastornicki off the Braves bench. Start of the year as the opening day shortstop, and now representing the tying run in this first wild card game.
And has good speed. And the Braves had a hard time all year long hitting with runners in scoring position, one of the lowest numbers in the league. And Michael Bourne was the best Brave in that situation.
Bourne fouls it away. He hit .313 this year with runners in scoring position.
With a 3-run lead, the outfield is extremely deep. Alan Craig is on the line at first base. No doubles.
There's the tying run. Jason Mott saved all of the Cardinals games this year. No other Cardinal had a save. Mott with 42, first time in franchise history. He tied Craig Kimbrell for the league lead with 42 saves. 2 outs. 1 ball, 1 strike on Bourne. 2-1.
A lot of adrenaline flowing through Jason Mott in light of what's happened here this inning, overthrowing a little bit. And Molina with a good trip to the mound to try to settle him down a little bit.
Well, that's what he's done since his rookie season, Molina. He's a leader back there.
And his manager talked today about how Mike Matheny was known for his great defense and calling a good game. And he said, not once have I had to second guess what Yadier Molina has called in ball games.
Bases loaded. 2-1 as Bourne takes a ball, and it's 3-1.
This has got to be a real small strike zone here for Michael Bourne. He's got to make him throw it right in one spot that he likes.
Full count, had a big cut right down the middle. And now the runners will get a head start. 3-2 with 2 outs. There they go. Bourne swings and misses, and Mott, a huge strikeout. And the Atlanta Braves come up empty. In the 8th, they strand the bases loaded. Cardinals still lead.
Had bottles thrown, he had delays, but after walking Brian McCann, he came back despite getting behind Michael Bourne with high fastball. But when he had to, he came right after him with the 3-pitch and the 3-2 fastball by Michael Bourne.
What a huge out for Jason Mott, coming all the way back. Looked like he was struggling to find the strike zone, but he comes back down 3-1. Punches out Michael Bourne, the Braves' best hitter in the clutch this year. And now we look at the other side of the closer story. Craig Kimbrell, with his club down 3 runs, an unfamiliar position for him. He saved 42 this year. He blew just 3 saves. And facing Shane Robinson, who entered the game for Matt Holliday defensively. Cardinals avoid a huge threat, keep their 3-run lead intact. And remember, Mott will sit down. He'll be back on the mound to go the 9th.
Don't forget about that trip to the mound by Molina, too, and what effect it might have had on him.
One thing's for certain, Chipper Jones will indeed get another at bat. He's due up 3rd in the 9th inning for the Braves. Mott just trying to stay revved up. Toughest thing for a closer to go have to sit down between innings. And Robinson into center field. Michael Bourne. And there's out number 1 as we check in with Matt Wider in our studio. Matt.
Thank you, Brian. Time for a Bank of America game break, and a reminder, game 2 of our wild card doubleheader comes up next from Arlington, Texas. The Baltimore Orioles back in the postseason for the first time since 1997, taking on the Rangers. That game will start on TNT, then move over here to TBS at the resumption of the Cards-Braves game. Back to you, Brian.
Thank you, Matt. Looking forward to that American League wild card as Descalso on the first pitch. Out to left field for Prado. And every out that goes into the outfield, this Turner Field crowd is saying infield fly. These deep fly ball outs. This game is under protest, by the way.
Remember, it doesn't matter where the ball is. It can be in the outfield to call infield fly, but it's got to be ordinary effort to catch the ball, and it's got to be in due time. The call made. Sam Holbrook felt like he met both criteria.
So Kimbrel with 2 quick outs. Pete Kozma takes a ball down and in, and a rule that is designed to protect the offense, protect the base runners. Did just the opposite in that scenario. Kimbrel, one of the game's best, has emerged into one of the dominant closers in all of baseball. Had a rough finish to his season last season. Led the league last season in saves, and then again this year. But he carried that dominance through the important months of the season in those stretch of September and the first few games in October. There's a strike. 1 and 2 on Kozma.
I would say that his season, Kimbrel's season, is rivaled by very few in terms of closers and striking out half of the batters he faced all year. That's never happened before.
Struck him out. 1-2-3 inning for Kimbrel. Stage is set to the bottom of the 9th. Prado, Hayward, and Chipper Jones in what might be his final at bat.
Hi again, Matt Weiner back in Atlanta with the Bank of America game break. And a reminder at the bottom of the hour, game 2 of our wild card doubleheader. Buck Showalter and the Baltimore Orioles on the road to take on Josh Hamilton and the Rangers. It'll start at 8:30 Eastern time on TNT. Our game continues here on TBS, and we'll stick around a little longer when it concludes and perhaps get an explanation from Major League Baseball on that infield fly rule. Right now, we send it back for the bottom of the 9th with Brian Anderson.
Martin Prado ready to lead off as we play in the bottom of the 9th. The Cardinals up 6-3. Their closer is on the mound. Mott got a huge strikeout, punching out Michael Bourne with the bases loaded last inning. Trying to get the final 4 outs and send the Cardinals to the LDS against Washington. And Prado takes strike 1. Prado, Jason Hayward, then Chipper Jones. And there is strike 2, 0-2 the count. Jason Mott has gone more than an inning this season on 7 different occasions for the regular season. He had 5 saves in those 7 opportunities and a 1.35 earned run average. One ball, 2 strikes. He looked completely out of sorts when he came in. You can't blame him after the delays. Came in from the bullpen. Looked like he was ready to start again, and then there was another delay with debris on the field. He walked McCann, then struck out Bourne after falling behind him 3-1. Now a clean inning to start. And Prado on the ground to second base. Descalso out number 1. This game is under protest by Freddie Gonzalez, and for more on that, we send it down to Tom Verducci.
As the normal protocol for a protest is basically a 24-hour window for review, issue of ruling, and issue of written report. But obviously, this is a unique circumstance with a Division Series matchup hanging in the balance. Now, to expedite the process, we do have Major League Vice Presidents Joe Torre and Joe Garagiola on site here. And I'm told that Major League Baseball would like to move it along as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Tom. And we will bring that news to you as fast as we get it.
Jason Mott is airing it out, guys. The last 2 pitches to Prado, 98 and 99.
Jason Hayward takes strike 1. Just pouring in the strikes now is Mott. He's so big for the Cardinals in the postseason last year, and yet Tony La Russa would never announce him as his closer, even though he was closing games.
He's done pretty well for an old catcher from Iona.
That one's in the air, almost in the same spot, but Robinson will make the play, and out number 2. The Cardinals an out away from advancing into the League Division Series, and now the spotlight shines on Chipper Jones, possibly coming to the plate for the final time of his career at Turner Field.
How about the storybook stuff here?
See Yadier Molina go out to the mound, step out in front of the plate. He's even clapping his glove, and everyone in the St. Louis Cardinals bench is up, some clapping.
Well, what a moment.
Classic move by Molina, not surprising.
2 outs. Here's Chipper Jones. And flash bulbs popping everywhere at Turner Field. Chipper's parents, his 2 sons.
A very emotional week for his parents, seeing this come to an end.
Headed to Cooperstown. One of the great switch hitters of all time, Chipper Jones, 468 lifetime home runs, a career .303 hitter. And it's a ball and 2 strikes.
Chipper trying to match the heat of Mott just one more time.
Well, he's going to have to get started a little sooner. He's going to have to cheat to get to it. Meaning start his swing a little earlier.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Braves down to their last strike, and Jones lays off. 2-2. And you know, Chipper Jones is saying, this is a chance for me to extend this inning and start a 2-out rally. Well, it stays at 2-2.
He started it earlier.
Yes, he did. Got it out there a little quicker. What's going through his mind right now?
I don't know how you shut out everything for taking a bat against a guy throwing 100.
Jones breaks his bat. Backhand to Descalso. Jump throw is not in time. Pulled him off the bag. Safe is the call. And the game continues. Close call at first base. Mike Winters had Alan Craig off the bag at first, and Jones is aboard.
I'm not the official scorer, but I'm going base hit.
Yes. Gets jammed by this fastball, Joe. Almost an acrobatic play by Descalso that just pulls Craig off the bag, although Craig thought he got his foot back in time.
Great effort to get to the baseball. That's certainly out of the ordinary.
Watch Craig come off the bag there, but then reaches back with his foot. Does he get it before Chipper got there?
And it will go down as an infield hit.
The only guy that thought he did was Craig, that thought he got his foot back there. The only guy in the ballpark.
So the sentimental part of you notices Chipper Jones maybe last at bat is a hit. Now the Braves with one more base run to bring the tying run up as Freeman launches one left center field. John Jay on the run, and that's down. It one hops out, a ground rule double. Game on at Turner Field.
Whether it stayed in the park or not, whether Chipper scored or not, really doesn't matter at this point. It just means that the potential tying run has somehow found its way to the plate again here for the 3rd straight inning.
Well, what a game by Freeman. 3 hits now, including this double with 2 outs and a 9th. That splits the outfielders.
Freddie Freeman, what a ball game. 3 hits, a walk, and a big double to extend the inning for a home run hitter in Dan Uggla, representing the tying run
Braves left him at second and third in the seventh, and left him loaded last inning, and are going to actually find their way to get another chance in the ninth. And in the event they tie it, Tim Hudson has begun to warm up for the Braves.
One of Freddie Gonzalez's starting pitchers. Comes down to this, perhaps. Ugla as the tying run. Aggressive against Mott.
1 for 2 in his career with a walk.
Ugla swinging as hard as Mott's throwing.
Good numbers with 2 out and men on.
No balls and a strike. 1-1. Ugla's been one of the top power hitting second basemen in the league the last few years. 19 home runs this season. Nobody in the Cardinal bullpen. This is Mott's inning. Strike.
Braves have 3 runs on 12 hits tonight. They've left 10 men on base coming into this inning.
Mott dropping down 3/4 there.
Good pitch.
Something he's been doing in the second half a little bit for the Cardinals. From straight over the top to off to the side.
Well, Mott has featured a little cut fastball in this array of pitches here to Ugla, but you have to think he's got to stay with number 1.
And that's all Dan should be looking for.
And the 1-2 and Ugla bouncing ball. Descalso. The play to first in time, and the St. Louis Cardinals advance. The Cardinals racing off the field as the debris comes pouring down again. They will move on. Chipper Jones' final at bat is a hit, but the Braves come up short, and a 6-3 victory for the St. Louis Cardinals, trying to defend their World Series title and the end of an era. The Chipper Jones era in Atlanta is over after 19 seasons. The Cardinals come into a hostile environment in Atlanta. And yet another elimination loss put on the Braves. St. Louis will head to Busch Stadium in St. Louis to host the first 2 games of the NLDS. That will begin on Sunday against the Washington Nationals. Gio Gonzalez for Washington against Adam Wainwright for the Cardinals. So the first ever wild card game belongs to the St. Louis Cardinals.
Kind of shell-shocked are the Cardinals. Usually in these games you get to celebrate on the field. Job well done. Not to be tonight.
And the Atlanta Braves with a 94-win season. The first year that there are 2 wild card teams, they end up in the elimination game, and they are the ones whose season comes to an abrupt end.
Talked about a drag race all night long. This one kind of hit the skids about the 6th or 7th inning with some poor defense, and also, of course, the call that went against the Braves that caused these fans to erupt and really embarrass themselves with the debris they threw on the field. So it's a sad way for the season to end in many ways for Atlanta.
The first wild card game will be known as the infield fly rule game. When you think about the rule, Tom Verducci gave it to us. It's got to be ordinary effort to catch the baseball. It can happen in the outfield, and it's also got to be done judiciously, calling it early. Sam Holbrook felt he met both of those criteria.
Well, the Cardinals win it 6-3. And our Chevy player of the game is Matt Holliday, who hit a 6th inning home run. Ended up with 2 hits in this game. But this was the home run that gave St. Louis at the time a 2-run lead. It goes 2 for 3 with a couple of runs scored. As we send it down to Tom Verducci in the winning clubhouse. Tom.
Thanks.
Matt Holliday, this is now 5 elimination games this team has played in the last 2 postseasons. You've won them all 4 times coming from behind to win these games. What does it say about this team?
Well, I think, the experience has helped us, obviously, coming into a game like this. We played most of our last 10 games last year feeling like this, and so we have experience, and I think it paid off.
Now, you had a big tack-on run there with the home run off Chris Medlin, allowed only 1 home run all year on 2 strike pitches. Tell me about the approach and the at-bat.
Well, he's got kind of a sneaky fastball, and it says 90, but it plays a little harder, and so I was like, he threw me 2 fastballs that I took, and I thought, well, let's get on the fastball. I may try to throw another fastball here, and, he did, and I got inside it and hit it good.
8th inning now, the Braves have 2 runners on base. A pop fly goes up to left field. Just take me through the play, what you saw in left field, and how you sorted through it.
Well, Kaz came out, and I saw his back. He gave me the hand, and so I just stopped. I didn't want to get too close. I wanted him to feel my presence, and I think he thought that he heard me, and with a loud crowd, and he turned, and all of a sudden, I was looking at him, and he was looking at me, and so, as an infielder, once I see his back and a hand, I stop.
Now, things got a little unruly in the stands after that. Was there a point where you were concerned about safety?
No, the bottle wouldn't hurt me.
Now, looking forward now, you have a matchup going to the division series with Washington. How do you foresee that one?
It'll be interesting. We just played them, and they have a great team. So we have our work cut out for us, but it'll be exciting.
Matt, thank you very much. Back to you guys.
All right, Tom, thank you. Thanks to Matt Holliday, our Chevy player of the game. The Atlanta Braves won 5 out of 6 from the Cardinals in the regular season. They lost the one that counts the most, and the Cardinals continue to advance. They continue to fight off elimination just like they did last year. They're trying to become the first National League team to win back-to-back World Series since the Big Red Machine, the 75-76 Reds.
Well, it looks like the Cardinals are ready to celebrate. They said they would wait to pop the corks after they beat Atlanta. They've just done that, pending the outcome of the protest. I guess that's all that's left to find out about the outcome of this game, if there in fact will be any discussion about it.
Good point. Still not an official, as Freddie Gonzalez put this game under protest. The Cardinals carry on as if it is. And
they're getting very good at that, by the way.
Yes, they are. So here's what it's going to look like as the Cardinals advance. And remember, now that they've moved past this 1-game elimination round, they will be the home team, and they'll have Wainwright, their horse, on the mound for that first game of the LDS on Sunday.
We have talked to everyone involved in these wild cards. The wild card sets up better this year than any other year you could have. You win, you get through the wild card, and you have 2 home games. Just the best setup you could ever have if you didn't have that division winning season.
If you're the division winner, it's horrible. You've had a better season than anybody in your league, and yet you've got to open up on the road for 2 days. That's going to be tough duty, not only for the Nationals, but for the Yankees too.
We're headed to San Francisco to see Johnny Cueto of the Reds and Matt Cain of the Giants beginning tomorrow. The Cardinals win it 6-3. They advance this historic game, the first ever wild card game in Major League Baseball history. Still a lot more to come. We'll take a break. Matt Weiner in our studio will lead the coverage when we continue, and a lot more news coming from Turner Field, believe it.
This MLB NL Wild Card telecast on TBS is brought to you by Citi Private Pass. Get more access with a Citi card. By Miller 64, returning to fitness with beer as my witness. By Samsung Galaxy 3, the next big thing is here. And by Viagra.
Welcome back, everybody. It's a game break presented by Bank of America. Right now on TNT in the first inning, it's the Orioles getting the early jump on Yu Darvish and the Texas Rangers in Game 2 of our wild card doubleheader. Meanwhile, the celebration is on for the St. Louis Cardinals in Atlanta. They beat the Braves 6-3 in a controversial, crazy beginning to the wild card game. Braves may have doomed themselves with 3 errors in this game, but this game will be known for this infield fly call on an Andrelton Simmons pop fly in left field. Freddie Gonzalez argued to no avail. As you see Pete Kozma venturing back as the shortstop. There's the hand going up and the ball dropping. A late call, but a call nonetheless. It was an out instead of bases loaded and nobody out. It was second and third, 2 outs. The rally fizzled from there. The Braves were unable to capitalize, and they lose it 6-3.
You know, they're going to protest this thing, under protest, but they're not going to change that. And they have to make it hurry up because they got to leave right away to go play the next game. But you see, you know, you talk about this rule, the ordinary effort by the fielder going backwards. And everybody thinks because they're in the outfield grass that it should be a base hit. But you can call an infield fly in the outfield grass.
Right.
I mean, it was about 40 feet out there.
Theoretically, you could call it at the warning track.
Right.
I mean, really, that's true.
But he called it too late. If anything was done wrong here, he called it too late. Because I think he could have, you know, caught this ball.
There's
Ordinary
flopping.
effort.
There's flopping in baseball now. I kid you not, because that's just a terrible call. It's late for one thing. He called it there, but Holiday coming in, drifting, and the ball was 5 feet away from the shortstop, and it was a boxed play by the umpire, I think.
It appeared to be a botched play by everybody involved out there in that little triangle between Holiday, Kozma, and the umpire. Bottom line is the infield fly rule was invoked late, but invoked nonetheless.
Call it right away.
And it stands. Well, that's the whole issue.
Ultimately, this is a judgment call. I mean, and the guy, he said that this ball is going to be an ordinary play. He's going to catch it. But he put his arm up too late because the base runners have to know right away if they could go, and they have to go at their own risk. But you see, his arm's just starting to come up. Boom, that ball's down. You know, that call's made earlier all the time, isn't it? As soon as it leaves the bat,
right.
Normally the umpire puts his arm up.
Right.
But he's way down the line. Isn't he an extra umpire down there?
Yep.
They have an extra umpire now. You'd think that he would make that call easily, but he's probably out of a space where he normally isn't. I mean, usually he's farther in by the third base bag.
But he was even.
We're hoping to get a reaction from Major League Baseball. I also suspect that typically the foul line umpire is not the one to make the infield fly call.
Well, no, it should be the infielder, and he was right there as well. I mean, the ball was hit high enough, and he's drifting back, and then either he heard something from Holiday or Holiday, and then he runs back in, and the ball, he's like you see, he's like 7-8 feet away from the ball.
Kozma thought.
Kozma, you also wonder if Kozma heard the umpire making the call and thought it was Holiday and backed away as a result.
Yes.
Don't know. In a noisy environment, we don't really know.
Yeah,
we'll have to wait and see what Kozma and Holiday.
Could have had the bases loaded with one out. That's what it would have been if they would have let that be. And who knows what would have happened. As you saw, Mott walked in a run. Right, and so it cost them one run. It could have been worse.
Box.
Bottom line is the game was played under protest, but it looks like the Atlanta Braves season as well as Chipper Jones' career are both over. And St. Louis, a beer town, is getting used to champagne. Last 2 summers, there's been a lot of it flowing in Cardinal clubhouses. They move on to the NLDS against the Washington Nationals. We move on to Arlington, Texas. Game 2 of our wild card doubleheader. It's the Orioles with the early lead on Texas.
Under protest.
Welcome to Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live.
And the pitch. Swing and a ground ball up the middle. Second baseman has it. Throws. Redbirds win this one. And we're coming for Division Series play. And the bottles and cans come flying down again. This is a terrible, terrible situation. Hopefully no one's going to get injured.
Mike Shannon on KMOX describing the final out of the first ever wild card game, and the first ever wild card game goes to the Cardinals in a 6-3 controversial victory over the Atlanta Braves in Atlanta. And we welcome you inside our Fox Sports Midwest studio and this wild card postgame edition of Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live alongside a man who posted a 4.15 career postseason ERA, Ricky Horton. I'm Pat Paris. That's not good, but it's not awful.
It's not good.
No, it's
better
not
way
good.
to say it. How about this game, though?
Yeah, coming up, we're going to take you back inside the Cardinal clubhouse. Jim Hayes there will bring you the celebration as the Cardinals defeat the Braves in that first ever wild card game, but we'll have plenty to break down in a couple. There wasn't just one controversial moment in this game. There were a couple. One went the Braves' way, and the one that everybody seems to be talking about went the Cardinals' way. It was a break in their direction. Plus, we'll get you ready for the NLDS that starts on Sunday. Oh, lots to talk about.
All kinds of things to talk about. And unfortunately, this game is going to come down to being remembered as the game that just dealt with the infield fly. But the Cardinals really battled today, and the Braves made 3 errors. And that's the real story of this game. The Braves gave this game to the Cardinals. The umpires, I believe, helped, because I agree that that was the wrong call personally. There's a lot of kind of subjective thoughts that go into that. But the point is, the Braves and their 3 errors, really the difference.
Remember, we want your input into tonight's post-game show. The tweet is on. Send us your questions, comments via Twitter to @FSMidwest. We'll answer some of them. Go ahead and hashtag them 12 in 12 as the Cardinals begin their push for their 12th World Series here in 2012. And they'll need 12 wins, and they've already got one of them. Also send us your twit pics and post them because we will show you some of those later on as you celebrate along with the Cardinals inside that visiting clubhouse at Turner Field. There is no telling what would have happened from that point on had they not called the infield fly. You would have had bases loaded. There would have just been 1 out instead of the 2. We will never know. It doesn't, well, we can debate that forever. It's a moment, though, that Major League Baseball will have to talk about.
Well, they're going to have to talk about it, and I think Atlanta's going to have to try to defend the actions of the crowd there at the ballpark. That really bothers, I think, the kind of the competitor in me, too, to imagine that scene and that city, which is a great city, it really tarnished their reputation with how they handled it in terms of throwing things on the field. And, you know, it may not seem like it's a big deal, but if you're actually on that field, the safety issue, I think, for players, and just kind of looks like a trashy response any way you look at it. So I think Atlanta has to kind of answer to that. But again, this game had all kinds of craziness to it. The Cardinals didn't hit very well. The Braves had twice as many hits, but you really like what Jason Mott was able to do. I was a little concerned about Jason. First few pitches of this game, he seemed to be off with his arm angle. Maybe all that delay had something to do with it. It was an 18-minute delay, in fact, but I think Jason got it righted in his next inning.
I think you're exactly right. Let's look at the highlights in case you missed any of it, or we can just break it down as it goes on. Yadier Molina trying to put the Cardinals on top with 1 swing.
Get up!
In the top of the second. This is a heck of a play by Jason Hayward, the right fielder.
I mean, it's not Andy Chavez, but it's the next tier. Outstanding play by Hayward. First of all, you wonder whether he sees it. He's looking up into the sun. He catches it, robs the home run.
Almost popped out, too. Yeah.
Almost popped out twice. First when he actually hits his glove, and then his glove actually hits the wall on the way down and still manages to hold on. That was an outstanding play.
And then David Ross.
Strike 3, we think.
It's strike 3. The umpire calls time in the midst of Loesch's delivery, so that's controversy on the Cardinals side of things, given another pitch, and unfortunately a pitch that he hits out for the 2-run homer.
Well, Loesch doubles up on a changeup, and that is a big problem. And there's Brian McCann, who did not start today. Ross, the catcher, the second-string catcher, had a nice night. It ended up being a good move by Freddie Gonzalez.
Cardinals storm back, though. Chipper Jones, a little help here in his final game. An error by him. Matt Holliday hits a screamer to third. But then 10th career postseason error by Chipper Jones.
Cardinals end up winning this game by 3 runs, and there were 4 unearned runs. This one, however, ends up being earned, or certainly Holiday's home runs end up being earned. But the Cardinals did get some big hits in the midst of that, including the double by Alan Craig.
And one for Torty right there.
And
you got to remember that.
I keep forgetting that. Now, how about Michael Bourne? We talked about errors, but this, for a Gold Glover to be standing flat-footed and then make a throw home, he's probably not going to get Alan Craig anyway. But that just is so surprising to see a veteran like him make that play.
Cards catch another break in the bottom of the 4th.
And by the way, why is he bunting? This situation, There's a runner at first and third, 1 out, the pitcher's up next, and you're bunting? Why in the world would that even remotely be a good baseball play?
But Simmons is clearly in the infield side of the first baseline. He's called out, and everybody has to go back. But you watch this.
Again, what's he doing bunting? First and third.
With the pitcher coming up next.
So Loesch, I mean, I don't care if he's safe. It doesn't make any difference. Now you got the pitcher up, but clearly inside the line. So if the ball hits him, basically he's out. The runners have to return to first and third.
And this ball's just a laser shot.
That's the one
career postseason home run for Matt Holliday. Makes it 4-2. His first homer since September 14th, a span of 60 at-bats. And Medlin, he surrendered 4 runs for the first time since July of 2010. Top of the 7th, Braves continue to crumble. Runner at third for Cosma. It's 1 to short. Simmons bobbles, throws past the catcher. Adrian Chambers, the pinch runner, scores. Cosma goes to second. 3 errors for the Braves.
Credit Matheny for putting in Chambers to run for David Freese. And how about this play? Matt Carpenter beats out a play at first base, and Cosma very alertly. Again, speed making a difference in this inning. Chambers, then Cosma, who scores from second base.
The Braves score a run off the bullpen and then threaten for more, but with 2 on and 2 outs.
I got it.
And there is an infield fly called at the time that Cosma actually peeled off that ball, and the ball falls. Freddie Gonzalez is going to try to protest this game after he argues about it, but here comes the arm goes up by Sam Holbrook. It's an infield fly, and it's an out.
And there's the debris we were talking about, and the infield fly has some subjectivity to it. There's the kind of the protest sign, evidently. I don't really speak that kind of sign language, but evidently that's what that means, although no official word given to the press box about there being a protest, but the call certainly went the Cardinals' way.
But after walking the bases loaded, Jason Mott gets the strikeout to end that 8th
Biggest
inning.
moment of the game right there.
It certainly was. And then a couple of balls fall in, and they've got 2 on, the tying run at home, but it's a ground ball. Finally, they get the last out of this, and what will be long remembered for several calls that went both ways that affected the moments of that game.
I hope the Cardinals are having a good time in the clubhouse, because not only didn't they celebrate after clinching, or they did celebrate kind of privately, they didn't get to celebrate on the field there in Atlanta either, because they had to race off the field. Again, that's just kind of a sad kind of ending in some ways, but you know, you can get past that. The good news is the Cardinals are moving on. They've got at least 3 more games, and hopefully they've got a few more victories down the road, including the World Series.
6-3 the final. They do advance to the NLDS, where on Sunday they begin play against the Washington Nationals. The manager of the Braves, Freddie Gonzalez, asked just moments ago at the podium in Atlanta what the explanation he was given by the umpires.
It's an infield fly rule. You know, it's for me. I was arguing or protesting that it wasn't not an ordinary effort. I thought that the shortstop had to go way out there to make a play on that fly ball, and I think we got to take account of the crowd, 50,000 people yelling, and I thought there was some miscommunication between Halladay and Cosma, and I went out there and protested the game, and they came in and talked to Joe, and I don't know if it's just Joe Garagiola or Joe Torre, because of the protest was, you know, obviously there's no game tomorrow, so it's got to be, you know, done right there and now. So they came back and told me that they're going to go with what they called on the field. I thought the umpires did a nice job handling that, you know, with my protests and calling and trying to get information. And again, it didn't, you know, from where I was, and I've just kind of taken a glimpse of the replay. I thought we have a legit beef.
Dave. Freddie, given everything that happened tonight, and your defense played shoddy for one of the rare times all season, did it make it especially difficult, because you did have a chance there against all odds to kind of come back with McCann on deck?
We had some opportunities, you know, to score some runs, and we didn't get the big hit when we needed to. What hurts, Obi, and you're absolutely right. You know, you lead the league in fielding percentage all year long, and today we didn't handle the ball quite the way we've done for 164, and every time 162, I'm sorry. Every time we've given them an opportunity, they scored a big run, or scored big runs against us. And I thought Mellon did a nice job. I think we kept putting him in behind the 8 ball, and he kept making pitches.
And here is the rule, Rule 2.00, infield fly. The umpire is to rule whether the ball could ordinarily be handled by an infielder, not by some arbitrary limitation such as the grass or the baselines. The infield fly is in no sense to be considered an appeal play. The umpire's judgment must govern, and the decision should be made immediately.
And there's some more detail in that rule that also says that even if the ball ends up being handled by an outfielder, you can still call an infield fly. So the question is whether or not the infielder can reasonably catch the ball or not. And let's look at it one more time. Now, there's also the last sentence in that, Pat, that deals with immediately. Now, what's immediately? Immediately, maybe now, and I'm not sure when immediately is, but that's certainly in question as well when it comes to the judgment on this. And I think, you know, in my view, this goes past kind of the reasonable status of whether or not that's an easy ball to catch, because I don't think this is an easy ball to catch. He's backpedaling. Now, he acted like it was an easy catch, and maybe that's what the umpire was reading, kind of the comfort level of Cosma. He calls off Holiday right here. I got it. It's easy. It's easy. Well, it wasn't easy because he didn't keep going, and the ball didn't land right where he was. It was a couple of feet away from him. So I think it makes it look worse, whether it was reasonable or not, but also the fact that the umpire that makes his call is down the third base line, and he sees the ball, he sees Cosma, and he, in his mind, thinks, well, yeah, the big leaguer, he can catch that ball, and so he calls it reasonable, but he also calls it late. And so what immediately means in the spirit of that rule normally is immediate enough for the base runners to be able to react and take an extra base. And again, the reaction that follows with the fans throwing things on the field is just kind of the worst part of the whole deal. Well, maybe the Braves think there's a worse part, but that was rough.
And Freddie Gonzalez with his explanation that they immediately went down and had the appeal or the protest that was put on decided. And really, there's some question as to whether or not you can even protest that move, because it is a judgment call, and perhaps that's what we'll eventually find out from Major League Baseball.
And they may have even said that we're denying the fact that you can even protest it. I mean, there's two really differences. They could say the protest is disallowed, or no, you can't protest it. It doesn't make any difference, really, from Freddie Gonzalez's point of view. It had to be made immediately because the Cardinals, pretty soon after they finish their hoopla in the clubhouse, are going to be on a happy flight heading back, and the baseball playoffs need to move on. So they had to have an immediate ruling. And how about Freddie Gonzalez showing the class that he did in his post-game sound, not backing away from thinking that he's right, and I frankly agree with him, but the fact that he was able to say, look, we did some other things to lose this game, and he actually complimented the umpires on how they handled that particular call.
Yeah, that was very classy. Jim Hayes is with the Cardinals in Atlanta. Moments ago, he's able to go one-on-one with Carlos Beltran, the Cardinal right fielder. The interview brought to you by the Missouri Lottery. Jim?
Thanks a lot, Ian, with Carlos Beltran. Where were you when the stuff started to fly out of the stand?
Well, you know what? I saw a few bottles landing close to me, under my feet, and then you know, when I turned back, you know, there were a bunch of bottles coming to me, and I mean, I guess the fans, you know, they got angry of the call, and you know, it worked our way, so you know, we have no complaints.
You ever seen anything like that before?
Never in my life. You know, I mean, it's a shame the baseball have to come to this, you know, situation where, you know, fans are kind of like throwing bottles and, you know, upset with the call. But, you know, it's part of the game, I guess.
Aside from that, obviously you guys are thrilled to get by the Braves and move on in the postseason. You got to Medellin just enough, but you had some help from the Braves. Surprising, because they're a pretty good defensive team.
Well, you know what? We took advantage of the mistake that they make, and, you know, we were able to capitalize, and we're happy. You know, we move on to the next round, and right now we have a tough task ahead. You know, playing against the National, they're a good team, and you know, hopefully, you know, we can continue to move on.
Thanks for the time.
Thank you,
Carlos Beltran. Guys, we send it back to you.
All right, Jim. Thank you very much. And you can hear the celebration just starting. We'll take you there in a few moments. But we had never seen anything like this in a playoff game before, certainly at this magnitude. And
well, it's because we weren't alive in 1934.
You're right about that. In 1934 was?
That was when Medwick, Joe Medwick was playing right field for the, I think he was playing right field for the Cardinals. And anyway, he had a little tussle with the third baseman for the Tigers, and then he went out to play in the outfield, and the Tiger fans were throwing things on him, and the commissioner of baseball came in and said, it was a 9-0 Cardinal lead at the time, and they said, you know, you're going to have to get him off the field to finish this game. So they actually, his ruling was that he had to take the Cardinal out, who was on the team that was winning at the time, and Medwick is reported to have thrown his glove at the dugout and was mad himself for being taken out and not being a part of that on-the-field celebration. But, you know, that was an ugly incident. Certainly this was today, too. I thought it might get to the point where either Freddie Gonzalez or perhaps even Chipper Jones would have had to go out there and make a comment.
I would have preferred they did that a lot sooner than not doing it all and having a 19-minute, officially a 19-minute delay. We will get you to the celebration. There it is. About to be a happy flight as the champagne is flowing. Stay with us on Cardinals Live.
Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live is brought to you by the Missouri Lottery. When you play, students win.
There is a big party going on in Atlanta right now, and our Jim Hayes is right in the middle of it. He's in the line of fire, actually, during the Cardinals champagne celebration. Catching up with today's starter right now, Kyle Loesch, presented by the Missouri Lottery. Jim?
All right, Pat, I am with Kyle Loesch. The feeling of getting past the Braves and moving on in the postseason.
I mean, this is as good as it gets right now. You know, I mean, as far as you can get right here. You know, it was a big game. We stepped up, took advantage of some stuff, and it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
You pitched around some stuff. Kyle, you pitched around some stuff. There was that call that didn't go your way, which you thought was a third strike. Then the timeout that seemed to take you off your game, and the next pitch is a home run. When they called time there, did that kind of unsettle you for a second?
Not really. The problem was I threw one of my best changeups of the night, followed up by probably the worst.
This guy's a freaking joke!
You know,
okay, Kyle. Okay, we got it.
It wasn't so much the called timeout, it's just, you know, I made a mistake, you know, and he took advantage of it.
The fact that you got this start, biggest start of the season, how to feel?
Yeah, you know, I just feel happy that I was able to go out there and come through. Yeah, baby, that's so cold.
All right, Kyle. Mater, come here. All right, so you're waiting, and you're waiting, and you're waiting to pitch, and Bottles kept throwing. They kept coming on the field. You were out there a long time waiting for that thing to settle down. What's going through your mind?
This is a joke, right? You know, it's one of those things that, I mean, we were down the bullpen, and I was getting ready. There was even Braves fans yelling at other Braves fans, telling them, cut the crap, man, you know, this is getting ridiculous. But, you know, it's just too bad that, you know, a few crazy people running for everyone else. There was 45 plus here, and there was maybe 100 of them that were doing that. But, you know, when I was out there, trying to keep my arm loose, doing what I need to do I think I have pneumonia. Just do what I need to do to get ready.
Thanks, man.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll bring in the skipper, Mike Matheny. All right, from a managerial standpoint, you have the advantage in this game, and then stuff is just raining down from the stands. I guess your first concern is for the safety of your players.
That was that was the concern. So we were afraid of something happened to one of the guys out there, because you know, there was some full beers being thrown from way up high, and you know, that would have been a disaster if it were to hit one of our guys. So fortunately, they got things under control. You know, had it been the other way around, I'd have probably been upset too, and I understand our fans would have been, but it's how it played out, and fortunately nobody got hurt, and we were able to finish the game the right way.
The stuff you guys went through with the injuries and everything else to get into the postseason with the second wild card, and to get by the Braves and beat the pitcher that no one had beaten in 23 starts, that's quite an accomplishment, isn't it?
Yeah, I think to get through 162 and be anywhere near the playoffs is a huge accomplishment. To come into a game like this, you know, these guys, a lot of them, unfortunately, we talked about the experience and how that's an advantage, not an advantage over the Braves, but an advantage for this team and their experience, and they understood the intensity of having a Game 7, and that's really what we had. And it just takes guys who believe in themselves, believe in each other, and then can go through and execute, which they did a terrific job of executing even the small stuff today.
How come you're not doused?
I don't know, but I'm going to stay here for a while to make sure it doesn't happen.
Thanks, Mike. All right, that's Mike Matheny. Guys, we send it back to you. We'll have more in a bit.
Jim, thank you very much. You saw Brad Strabinger, our producer, getting those interviews as well. They're used to this. They've done it a couple of years in a row now.
So Mike Matheny's gone from toasting with you, the Cardinals going in of the little champagne itself. And one of the things that I picked up there that I was really pleased to hear was Jason Mott talking about his experience in the bullpen when all the craziness was going on, talking about the Atlanta fans who were actually trying to get the other Atlanta fans to kind of cool it. And he made a great statement, which I think really kind of tempers all of us, including me. He said, look, there's a few that are making this an ugly scene, and there are a whole lot of people that want to watch good baseball who aren't acting the same way. So I thought that was a very tempered comment, a smart comment by Jason Mott.
And he also heard Mike Matheny say that he understands their frustration because of what was reversed. It was the Cardinal fans. We like to think Cardinal fans wouldn't have acted the way some of those fans in Atlanta would have, but I think we all would have understood why they were upset if it would have happened to the Cardinals.
If we could possibly imagine being in that situation, imagine you've got a chance to come back in a game and fly ball. It's happening at Busch Stadium, and it drops, and all of a sudden the guy's got to go take a right seat because the umpire says it's an infield fly. I'm telling you, we see through red-colored glasses when we watch Cardinal games, and that's just the way it is. I mean, we want our guys to win, so we're going to see plays. We're going to see plays at first base. There were a couple of close plays at first base even today that I thought went against the Cardinals too, and you watch it on replay, and it's like, I guess maybe that was the right call. So fans reacted to the Kyle Loesch home run by Ross because the umpire gave time after he struck him out with a changeup. That kind of feeling is what the Braves players, managers, coaches, and fans felt when that infield fly was called.
Exactly, and you just heard from Kyle Loesch as that champagne celebration continues. We'll get you back there in a moment, but let's talk about Loesch's outing. And certainly you knew with Medlin on the mound, he was going to have to be excellent, and he really was good. The changeup to Ross, the two-run homer, is the one thing we'll remember, but he was terrific.
Yeah, a lot of good changeups by both pitchers early on, both Medlin and Loesch. I don't think Medlin was as sharp as I expected him to be. He was still good, and Loesch was good too. Got a lot of outs, got a fair amount of strikeouts early on. Actually ended up with 6 punch-outs, and Loesch really wasn't hit very hard either. Made this nice defensive play, and really the Cardinals made a couple of good defensive plays behind him, but some bad swings by kind of some key Braves, and Loesch ends up having a very nice day.
And you look at what he has done, and he did today. In 2011, 3 starts, and things didn't go so well for him, even though it did for the ball club, obviously, in 2011. But today, certainly, he did his part in going 5 2/3 and allowing just the 2 earned runs. And you heard him say that he threw his best changeup and his worst changeup in back-to-back pitches to Ross.
Yeah, the first one was great. The first one was outstanding. The first one he was set up for. He pulled the string perfectly. But the problem was Ross called timeout audibly. You could see him say it. The umpire goes to call timeout as Loesch is already delivering the pitch. A little bit late. Yeah, maybe that's that immediate word again. But the point is he strikes him out, but it's a no pitch, and then he tries to throw a back-to-back changeup. And the second one, if you throw them back-to-back, better be good, better be a little bit better and nastier than the first one. And unfortunately, he hung it a bit, and the Cardinals were down early. And emotionally, everything was going Atlanta's way in the early going, including the home run that wasn't by Molina, the great play by Hayward, the called third strike that didn't happen, then the changeup strikeout that didn't happen. So a lot of, I would say, breaks or momentum in the early going for Atlanta, but the Cardinals overcame it.
And then the Braves defense started to let them down, and the Cardinals capitalized, which you have to give Cardinals credit for doing that. We'll talk about that. We'll also get you back to Atlanta for more of the champagne celebration before they take that happy flight back here for the NLDS. Stay with us.
Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live is brought to you by First Bank. At First Bank, we are banking on your future.
Mentioned last segment, and we're showing it to you now. The Cardinals were able to take advantage of some miscues by the Braves in that 4th inning, and it starts out, though, in a good way with Carlos Beltran getting the single.
Yeah, he kind of got it rolling with that base hit. Then Matt Holliday hits a one-hopper. Nice play by Chipper. Other than the throw, it was all good. But he ends up Holliday on first base, and Beltran goes all the way to third, and the Cardinals have a rally going, which could have ended the inning. A good throw here, and this is not just 1 out, it's 2 outs. So what happens next? Alan Craig hits a double over the head of the left fielder, Prado, and that scores a run, and now the Cardinals are on the move, Pat, and things just really turned on a dime with that Chipper Jones error.
It certainly did, and of course Alan Craig led the National League with runners in scoring position this year, getting a hit again.
Hey, did we move the guy over?
Moved a guy over, got a guy in.
And did them both with one swing of the bat. Molina, very happy with that at-bat. Then David Freese, situational hitting, get the ball into the outfield somewhere. Michael Bourne catches it flat-footed.
Showing off that arm.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you catch it flat-footed, you're not going to throw anybody out. And Alan Craig was able to score, and that inning just changed completely. Up until that point, it was everything Atlanta. I mean, just had a feel. You got the tomahawk chopping thing going on, and it just had that feel of, boy, Medlin hasn't lost in months. And so you really did not have a lot of confidence. I didn't at that point. But the Cardinals, with Beltran's hit and then the error by Jones, things changed very dramatically.
So the champagne is flowing inside of that visiting clubhouse in Atlanta. How about some more reaction? Jim Hayes Standing by right now with Skip Schumacher and Daniel Descalzo, brought to you by the Missouri Lottery. Jim?
We got Skip, we got Daniel. All right, so there's a great deal of joy right now, but there was some fear for a short time, wasn't there, when stuff's flying out on the field?
Yeah, that's not a, it happened to me in Venezuela. That's the last time I saw that happen, and you just don't see that happen in a big league ball game, and it's unfortunate that it happened, and it almost cost the game. We almost ended the game because of it, so it's nice to get out of there safe and with a win.
The rule is, though, that if the infielder can ordinarily make the catch, which Cosmo could have, so the call was actually right. Did you guys know right or wrong at that time?
I mean, it was so loud in there. I didn't know really what was called. I couldn't hear anything, but you know, the umpires got together, they figured it all out, and you know, we'll take it.
You know, the fact that you guys went through it last year, down to, you know, the last strike a couple of times, was an advantage you guys thought going in, but you look at Atlanta made the errors. They out-hit you in this one, especially in the early going. You guys picked up the win. Do you think maybe some of that you went through last year played into it?
No, it's just you know, we played better today, and that's the whole thing with this one game, Game 7 type of wild card game that the MLB has this year, and we got lucky. I mean, that's just bottom line. We got lucky. We scored when we had to. We capitalized on some errors, and we came out to win.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. All right, let's bring in David Freese. So, David, how are you? I didn't wear purple.
You're not wearing purple, so that's just a bunch of hogwash.
That was a myth.
All right.
What does it mean for you guys to be where you are right now, considering, you know, no more La Russa, no more Duncan, no more Pujols, then the injuries that hit you for Cal, Beltran? You guys got in, and now you're really in.
We took pride in what left us. You know, those are some big pieces with our staff, with a bunch of players, and then you know, we come to this season trying to win the division. That didn't work out. Cincinnati played you know, they played their hearts out and they won the division, but you know, we snuck in again, and man, this one-game playoff is out of control, and we just played better. You know, I think Skip said it right, but you know, it's crazy.
Well, he said we were lucky.
You know what? If you play this game long enough, you understand that luck is involved, and it's really cold. But other than that, man, we're jacked up. Right. You know, yeah, I got nothing else.
Alan.
Wow. Cold, man.
You proved one thing. You guys didn't need Torty for the postseason this time. I know you're glad to put that behind you.
Yeah, I mean, he's always there if we need him, but you know, we're doing fine just right now.
What a crazy scene out there. I mean, what's running through your mind when stuff is just raining out of the stands?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff's going through my head, but you know, that was crazy. I've never been a part of something like that. But, you know, just happy to be here after the game with a win. You know, that's what we're focused on.
So much turnover from last year's team in terms of Tony, Albert, Dave Duncan. To get here where you guys are right now, it's got to be a good feeling.
No, it feels great. I mean, I'm definitely not surprised. You know, it sounds like a cliche when I say that, you know, we believe in this team from the get-go, but, you know, we really have. You know, got a lot of talent, a lot of great veterans, leadership, and some young players that are hungry. So, you know,
thank you.
Yeah, we believe in ourselves. Thank you.
Does the eyes never get used to it, do they?
No. No, never.
All right, we learned one thing. Torty's always there. Send it back to you.
And who knows, maybe Torty will have to make some kind of a comeback during the division series or the championship series if they get that far, or the World
There's
Series.
Some early news that Happy Flight has kind of been resurrected. The players were kind of
so.
cheering that a bit in the clubhouse. So, you know, it's kind of an interesting thing. There's a lot of players that had an unbelievable experience together last year. And so you kind of want to carry some of those fun things over to the next year. But you got a new crop of players who say, hey, I'm tired of talking about last year. Let's create our own memories. But I think one thing was proven today is that the Cardinals may have just a little bit of magic left in their bag of tricks, because this game seemed like it was going to go Atlanta's way in the early going, and they figured it out.
Might be a little luck, it might be a little skill, might be a little post-season experience from last year that helps them. Whatever it is, it's a 6-3 victory, and they move on to the NLDS. The tweet is on 12-12, and here's Rocky has his champagne shower ready to go. He's got the goggles and everything, Rick.
I like it. Well, you know what? The fans ought to have their own celebrations wherever
I think they
did. And you know what? my favorite video at Busch Stadium all season long was watching how fans celebrated all the great moments last year for the Cardinals.
And definitely a happy flight tonight. Happy flight, hashtag. And one more, the tweet is on. Celebration time, go Cards, NLDS, Cardinal Nation, believe. And we'll add 12 and 12.
I like it.
As well. Let's get back one more time to the Cardinal celebration from inside the visiting clubhouse at Turner Field. Jim Hayes talking with Chris Carpenter. Jim?
All right, we are with Chris Carpenter. And Carp, when you came back from the surgery and you made that decision that you felt like you could come back, was this what you were picturing in your mind?
100%. This is what I was hoping for, that I'd get a chance to pitch in the postseason, and now I'm going to. And Adam's going to get me wet.
No, he's not. He's not going to. No, he's not.
I already got you.
He already got me. I'm getting it.
I told you.
Now you're going to blame me. Now I'm going to.
That's what you get. I told you not to get me wet.
That was Adam Wainwright. Can we talk about Kyle Ocean, the job that he did tonight?
He was amazing, and you know, again, he did what he's done all year. He's been fantastic all year, making pitches. Got one changeup up in a strange situation where he got the swing and miss before that, but he did a great job, and like I said, he's been doing it all year, and I'm proud of him. It was a great game.
In terms of where you are right now, as you move into the postseason for another start, how do you feel?
I feel fantastic.
I think you're clear.
I feel fantastic. I'm looking forward to it, man. Like I said, that's what I was excited about, to be able to work my butt off to get back and have a chance to do this. Hopefully we can go out and win some ball games this next series and continue to go.
Thanks a lot, Chris. All right, John Jay. What's up, John Jay? How are you?
What's up?
How good does this feel?
No, it's great. You know, when we got to spring training a long time ago, you know, we wanted to be in the playoffs, and you know, we got there with the wild card, but you know, winning the wild card game's huge. So you know, now we just trying to get some more wins now.
You guys just won the World Series. Do you think that made you hungrier?
Definitely. I mean, you taste postseason and you see how everybody treats you, and you see how much fun it is, and you definitely want to get back to it. And you know, we got a great group of guys here, and I'm excited.
How scary was that in the outfield?
You know, I played in Venezuela, so it wasn't too bad. But nah.
What's it there? What are they throwing? What are they throwing? Live poultry out on the field?
It was just, you know, I've never seen that here, but you know, they got it under control. We were able to finish off with a win, and now it's next series.
Thanks, John. Hi, Matt. How are you?
I'm great.
How does this feel?
Amazing. So much fun. I mean, to come here in Atlanta with the hostile environment that they had, as you guys saw, and you know, step up in a big one-game series like tonight, and to come out as a winner is so much fun.
When we were talking during the workout, you felt totally confident about this team. What was it that made you feel so confident they get by this game and move on?
You know, there's just so many guys that have been in this situation before, and you know, you know, in the playoff atmosphere, your emotions can get the best of you, and these guys know how to control it and get in that right mindset to succeed. And you know, I think it was evident tonight with the way we played and you know, coming out with the win.
It looked pretty dry. All right, thanks, man. All right, Pete. All right, we got to ask you about the infield fly out. Pop the shortstop, you're going back, and I guess you catch a glimpse of Matt Holliday, and he's a giant guy, and you got out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, the ball, as soon as it was hit, you know, I figured it was an infield fly. The runner's on first and second, and then, you know, I'm camped under it. I called for it, and then I thought I'd hear something, but I didn't, and then, you know, I backed off at the last second.
That touched off quite a series of events, culminating with you guys being pulled off the field.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it didn't help with the fans throwing stuff all over the field, but, you know, they weren't happy with the call, you know.
How about you, though? I mean, you've come up, you've been so productive. Could you imagine this scenario when you're in the minors, that you get called up, have an opportunity to excel, and you'd be the starting shortstop in the postseason?
I mean, I had no idea. I mean, nobody thinks that, you know, somebody like Furcal gets hurt, but you know, anything can happen in this game, and you know, it just showed you tonight.
All right, Pete, thanks for the time. All right, that's Pete Kozma. Guys, we send it back to you.
All right, Jim, and that celebration starting to wind down a little bit. They're already taking down the plastic. Pete Kozma is one of those quiet but confident guys, and talking about the situation where the obviously Braves fans not happy about the situation.
You could mistake Pete Kozma for being a guy that maybe not not a confident guy just based on when you hear him do interviews, but he is not that guy. He is a confident player. It comes from being a #1 round pick, and he was, all-world from Oklahoma. He had a great high school career, and so, confidence not an issue. He's just very careful, as most rookies are, about saying too much, but he did reveal that he felt like that was an infield fly right off the bat because he knew he was going to catch the ball, thought he heard something, but he didn't. So that's a bit of a mystery, of course. But one thing we definitely learned by hearing 2 different interviews from 2 different players that it's certainly an adventure to play winter ball in Venezuela, because both guys, both Schumacher dealt with that and John Jay both said that they were involved in incidences like that playing winter ball, and and also minor leagues I think is a place where that has happened before. But again, a scary situation, and go back to what Jason Mott said, that it really is just a few doing that.
Yeah, who knew about Venezuela? I certainly had no idea. Apparently, they broke out with a chant in the Cardinal clubhouse, "Infield fly," as well.
Oh, I missed that one.
Well, but they all thought it was an infield fly. At least Pete Cosma did.
I must say that seat cushions seemed a lot safer, and I did.
Right.
I did live through
was
that
a lot safer.
So before we cast too many, stones.
Yes.
We got that glass house that we live in, so be careful.
Yeah, you got to be careful about that. McDonald's playoff Big Land Mac bonus days are back. Get a 25-cent Big Mac every day the Cardinals play this postseason when you buy one at regular price. 25-cent Big Macs every day the Cardinals play this postseason. Go Cards and head off to McDonald's. The next game, of course, will be on Sunday, the NLDS against the Nats. More reaction coming up next.
Ground ball back to Chris. He's got it. He flips to first, and the Cardinals have picked up a big win here in Houston.
To first, one to Rollins, throw to first, and the Philadelphia Phillies have ended the Braves season.
Swinging a long one into left. Get up, baby. Get up. Get up. Oh, yeah. Holiday goes deep, and the Cardinals lead it 4-2. And the pitch. Swing and a ground ball up the middle. Second baseman has it. Throws. Redbirds win this one, and we're coming for Division Series play. And the bottles and cans come flying down again. This is a terrible, terrible situation. Hopefully no one's going to get injured.
And by all accounts, no one did get injured, but it was certainly a sad day for fans of sports in Atlanta to represent their city like that. And apparently the players were saying, including Jason Mott, we heard, that it was, it was a small percentage, but it's all it takes to ruin something like that.
And like anything else, and when you start to break down a particular game, you just don't want things to overshadow the reality of the game. And I don't think those fans should overshadow what happened for most of the people who are trying to have a nice experience at the ballpark in Atlanta, number one. But I don't think the infield fly rule should be the thing that overshadows this entire game. This game was won by the Cardinals because Kyle Loesch pitched well. The Braves, the best defensive team in the National League, played terrible defense, not average defense, I mean terrible defense. And the Cardinals, not only did they see that and were recipients of the bad defense, but they capitalized on it and made all their hits count.
And they did do that in the 6-3 victory. Now, just moments ago, back in Atlanta, the umpiring crew was joined at the podium by the special assistant to the commissioner, Joe Torre, the former Cardinal and former Cardinal skipper, and
former Brave
and
skipper.
Former Brave skipper and Yankee skipper, and on and on. But of course, he works for Major League Baseball now, and he was a part of the news conference just moments ago.
So to my immediate left, we have Joe Torre, Executive VP of Baseball Operations for Major League Baseball, Charlie Relaford, Umpire Supervisor, Crew Chief Jeff Kellogg, and Sam Holbrook. We have microphones. If you have a question, we'll get it over to you. Who's got the first question? Commish, Rick?
Yeah, Sam, what did you see there?
I saw the shortstop go back and get underneath the ball where he would have had ordinary effort and would have caught the baseball, and that's when I called the infield fly.
Can I ask,
Yeah, Rick.
Let me ask either Joe or Charlie, is that, when you have 6 umpires, is the left field umpire, should he make that call or should the third base umpire make that call?
Well, I think Charlie could speak to
Absolutely.
that because he's the umpire.
It's in his catch area. He's the umpire that should initiate the call.
Right over here in the middle.
Joe, can you describe the process that went on with the protest and what the review was?
Right. You know, I talked to Frank Wren and I talked to Freddie after the game, and you know, it's a little unusual circumstance based on the one-game playoff. So, you know, as far as 24 hours and waiting for a written report, practicality it just didn't make sense. So I spoke to them, asked them what they were basing their protests on, and I ruled basically to disallow the protest based on the fact that it was an umpire's judgment call, and you can't protest. I mean, not that you can't protest, but you can't uphold a protest based on that.
This was after the game was played.
Yes. Right. I just, you know, and I made it clear to them that because of the situation with a one-game playoff, it makes no sense to wait the 24-hour thing.
In the
Joe,
center back.
You managed for a long time. Was that a good call? Was that the right call?
Well, I mean, it's, you know, it's an umpire's judgment, and I'm not going to sit here and I watched that video a number of times, and I can just ask you to watch the video a number of times and see when Sam called for the infield fly to see where the players were positioned, and I think you can make a judgment on your own.
And I think it depends, again, on what side of things you're on. If you're impartial, you probably think that you could see it going both ways. If you're a Cardinal fan, you think they made the right call. Braves fan, you think they made the wrong call.
It's one of the nuances of baseball that there is some subjectivity into a lot of calls, and all the proponents of kind of more instant replay and more kind of technological advancements to replace umpires. Well, both the calls today, that wouldn't have made any difference, because when the umpire calls timeout, grants timeout to Ross, and then he ends up hitting a home run on the next pitch instead of striking out. There's no way that instant replay helps with that. Reviews help with that. And the same is true with infield fly, because there is subjectivity to it. I mean, I would tell you personally, when I saw that play, it did not feel like an infield fly after having seen that play called thousands of times. It just feels like it was too hard to play, and that was where the broadcasters were reacting, I think, from their past experience. Now, to say that it definitively wasn't, I can't say that, because that's where the subjectivity comes in. Cosma did seem to be camped under it. There's the question about immediacy. Did he call it immediately, and what is immediately? Is it immediately after you know that it's catchable? You know, there's some subjectivity to that that we'll never get to the bottom of.
Let's get down to Atlanta one more time. Jim Hayes is catching up with the general manager of the Cardinals right now. That's John Mozeliak, presented by the Missouri Lottery. Jim?
All right, guys, thanks a lot. I am with the general manager. And I guess the storyline, aside from you guys moving on, was what almost happened, what did happen. Your interpretation of the rule is like mine, that the right call was made, that ordinarily, if the infielder can make the catch, then they call the infield fly, right?
Right. I'd like to focus on the first part, though. We did win, and we're moving on, so that's exciting. But it was a very odd call. I mean, in the sense of that, when a ball's dropped, most people in a full house like we saw tonight expects a different outcome of the play. And if you think about it, if that ball were caught, nobody would have even thought about it. And that's probably the takeaway, which is unfortunate. And then the scene that followed was disappointing. I really commend Matheny and Molina for really keeping our pitchers together on that, because it was an extreme delay, and to sort of work their way through it, I think was really a tremendous job of leadership by both.
You guys opted to go with Kyle Osh, who was your best pitcher all season long, and he rewarded you tonight.
Absolutely. He was terrific, and he really pitched like he has all year. And so we rode his back, and it was a great outing by him, and then the bullpen did what they've been doing for a long time now, really ever since about the All-Star break.
If you go into it against Medlin, a guy who the Braves don't lose his starts, and the Braves are a very good defensive team. You guys caught a couple breaks, and I guess you need some along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. But the key is to take advantage of them and get the win, and that's what happened. And I'm thrilled for these guys, because a lot of people are questioning us going into this, and to get the win, and then to look at Sunday now, 2 home games. That's exciting.
last thing. I'm not sure how much of the debate was to have Wainwright on the roster tonight to back up Loesch. You guys went with Lance Lynn. Now you get through, and now you have Wainwright. I mean, was that what you were weighing, if you would have Wainwright ready? Or?
Well, that's what we were hoping for. I mean, you know, you hate to always put the cart in front of the horse, but we certainly had to think about game one, should we advance, and now you have Waino for 1 and 5, which is nice.
Well, thanks.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Jim.
All right.
Take a shower.
I'm going to take a shower because I'm a little ripe. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Now he's got to get back on the charter.
Tell us something we don't know.
Yeah, exactly right about that. You know, and the thing is, we're going to move past that call because it was one call in a game, that there were many calls in the game, and the many things happened for the Cardinals that went right for them, and they took advantage.
And let's be honest about this reality too. Let's say they didn't make that call, and there was bases loaded. Mott walks the next guy. Maybe he does that. Maybe he doesn't. Strikes out Bourne. Maybe gets the next guy out. 6-4. Cardinals win 6-4. Let's not jump to the conclusion that the game was won and lost on that one particular play. Yes, that was a big, huge play, and I happen to agree with kind of the consternation from the Atlanta side. Let's just say I get it. But that's still not the whole game. And to say that, you know, it was the bottom of the ninth and there was a play at first base and the guy, never mind, I don't want to go there. Why don't go back to 1985? But the point is, you know, it was not that transparent that this was a win-lose kind of call for that game. It just, I think, was made worse by what happened afterwards in terms of the fan reaction, some of the fan reaction.
And I think some of it had to do with their frustration of those 52,631 there, of all the miscues leading up to that.
And by the way, people being frustrated, and we can say we understand that, but what do we tell kindergartners when you're frustrated? I mean, the proper thing to do is not to throw stuff, right? I mean, so this is the kind of thing you should have learned in kindergarten, that you can be frustrated. I get it. And if you're going to watch baseball, by the way, if you're going to be a baseball fan, get used to it. The players are frustrated every day, and fans get frustrated. It's just part of kind of the emotional appeal that we have to this game. We get excited, then we're down, then we're mad, then we're frustrated. I mean, following the Cardinals' offense all year was frustrating. So deal with your frustration in the right way.
There was nothing controversial about our play of the day, brought to you by American Patriot Beer, and that was the Matt Holliday home run off of Chris Medlin coming in the 6th inning. At the time, it put the Cardinals up by a 4-2 lead, and that was what turned out to be the game-winning RBI.
Medlin looked tough in the first couple of innings, but he seemed to be gettable after a while. He was throwing pitches up in the zone, hanging some breaking pitches, and there's something happened to him about the 3rd or 4th inning. He was not sharp with his command. He's been a nasty pitcher, but getting that pitch in the middle of the plate, didn't get where he wanted to get, missed his command, and again, we were told that he is Greg Maddux with better stuff. Well, he was not that guy today.
Not today, he wasn't, although we've seen the Braves struggle during that terrific run in the postseason as well. And so they came up short, and they came up short, did the Braves, in this wild card game. The Cardinals celebrating a 6-3 victory, and will be back here on Sunday for the NLDS. Well, with the Cardinals celebration, that means they're moving on to the NLDS, and that means that every day the Cardinals play in the postseason, just 25-cent Big Macs when you buy one at regular price. So go to McDonald's as the Cardinals celebrate with a Big Mac.
Sounds good to me.
I'm ready. I'm kind of hungry. This game went on a little longer than we thought.
Yes, it did. That's where we're going, right from here.
Under pressure, the Cardinals seem to excel. Now 13-5 in these winner-take-all games. In fact, they've won 5 in a row. That's pretty impressive.
Well, playing under pressure, I think Cardinal fans and Cardinal players learned a lot. Let's give Tony La Russa some credit for that. He's taught a lot of people about how to handle pressure and make it your friend. That was one of the things he loved to say. And it was really interesting to kind of go back to what Chipper Jones was saying prior to the game about dealing with pressure. He was talking about it. Sometimes it makes you get a little bit too amped up emotionally, and sometimes you don't play your best. And I'd say that's exactly what happened to the Atlanta Braves today.
So how did the Cardinals pull it off in Atlanta? Yes, a little help from the Braves, but they did it, and they took advantage of those mistakes. Here are the highlights brought to you courtesy of TBS and Mike Shannon and John Rooney with the call on the Cardinal Radio Network, KMOX.
Fastball, fly ball deep to right. Tough sun out there. Hayward shades his eyes from the sun, leaps and makes the catch. He robbed Yachty of a home run. That ball was over the yellow line. Swinging a long one into left center. This is going to lead the ballpark. 2-0 for Atlanta. The pitch to Craig. A swing, and there's a drive to left field. Prado moves back. He can't make the catch. The ball goes off the track, off the wall, onto third. Holiday. He stopped there on the double by Craig. It scores Beltran, and the Cardinals are down by a run. Now the pitch. A swing, and it's popped up. Straightaway center field, about medium center. Bourne makes the catch. There's the tag coming down the line. Alan Craig. And the throw is a rainbow. Up the third base line, a sacrifice fly for David Freese, and the Cardinals lead 3-2. Swinging a long one into left. Get up, baby. Get up. Get up. Oh, yeah. Holiday goes deep, and the Cardinals lead it 4-2. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Venters. And a little dribbler up the first base line. It's fair, and there's a race, and save. Venters missed the tag. Cosma scores. Venters went racing for first base to get the out. Jose Oquendo just sent Cosma on around, and the Cardinals lead 6-2. The runners lead, the 3-2 to Bourne. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the pitch. Swing and a ground ball up the middle. Second baseman has it. Throws. Redbirds win this one, and we're coming for Division Series play, and the bottles and cans come flying down again.
And some bird seeds from this wild card victory. 5th straight win in an elimination game. As I mentioned, the last time they lost, remember, was to the D-backs in 01, and the D-backs then upset and shockingly beat the Yankees.
Well, I think we have to credit the presence of Chris Carpenter a little bit. I don't know if he's going to say that, and I don't know how many of the players on this team are going to say that. But you think about a lot of these big pressure games that Chris Carpenter was around for and has learned how to handle, as has Mike Matheny for that matter. And I think their presence and their understanding of what it means to play when it's on the line, I think is very, very big for St. Louis.
And lucky number 7, the Cardinals have won 7 of 9 division series since 1996, a 23-10 record, and hope that carries over to this division series that begins Sunday against the Nationals here at Busch Stadium. Right now, though, let's go back to Atlanta. It was a few minutes ago, Mike Matheny stepped to the podium there in front of the media, and he talked about tonight's victory and talked about pulling Kyle Osha when he did. His comments are brought to you by the Sheet Metal Workers Local 36. Here's Mike Duff.
The one game. You know, we watch our guys close all the time, and we try to just stick with playing the game the same way. But you can't be completely oblivious to the fact that you've got one shot at this. And Kyle was going well. He was getting to that point where a couple balls were hit hard, and we have quite a few arms available in the pen. So there is an urgency when you're playing a game that's similar to a Game 7. So it did influence things. But as far as the overall approach, I thought our guys did a terrific job of just walking in there ready to play a baseball game and do it at a high caliber, high intensity, and they pulled it off.
Mike, now you move on, just to make you jump ahead quickly, but you know, does winning this game, moving on, does that momentum help you, and especially having faced the Nationals last time and beating them so handily last time?
There was nothing handily about it. A very good team, and we have the utmost respect for Davey Johnson and that club, and they've got all the components to a winning team, and it's just going to be an opportunity for our guys to go out and compete, and that's all they're looking for. You can take, you know, your predictions and underdogs and do whatever you want with them, because it all happens out on the field, and our guys are prepared to go and compete.
Mike, you know, 2 years in a row now, it seems like this ball club, in big games, it seems to find a way to win. I mean, whatever it might be, you seem to be able to come out on top in games like this.
You know, we've had a lot of games like this season. I was just talking this over with our general manager, John Mozeliak, and you know, we've had it seemed like an overwhelming number of close games, and not a lot of them went our way. But I think those close games where things just don't go smoothly, I think they develop character. I think they develop perseverance. And to me, as I look at our club, that's what I see. I see a team that's tough to beat when you have a great mix of character and talent. And they're going to continue to believe in themselves, and that's what we have. They believe that they can do it, and that's hard to stop. But you can talk about it. You got to execute.
I'm not sure if I'll get an answer, but I'll try. Does Wainwright start Sunday?
Yeah, we're not prepared to give you that right now. We have a workout tomorrow at home, and most likely we'll give all the information at that point. Nice try, though.
Mike successfully dodging some questions and also dodging some audio troubles there with the podium.
A lot of things to persevere, and I think Mike had some great things to say there, and he's talking about the Washington Nationals a little bit, was asked about them, and has respect for Davey Johnson, and also knows how good that team is, and the Cardinals were able to beat them a couple of games and scored a lot of runs, in fact, against the Nationals, but the pitchers that the Nationals have, the starters, are very, very good. Gonzalez and Zimmerman, and we'll have time to talk about all of that as well. But the Nationals are going to be tough. They're not going to be easy. But the good news is the Cardinals get to play them a couple of times in St. Louis, and the Cardinal fans can come out and appreciate this 2012 version of the Cardinals at least one more time.
And the 2012 version of the Braves will be the last to involve Chipper Jones. And I think we all have the utmost respect for him as an athlete and a person, and what a terrific career. It comes to an end today, though, and we say goodbye to a guy that is certainly headed to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he's got to have all kinds of emotions going on right now. He had some rough time in the early going, made a couple of outs, and also ends up making an error that ends up being a key play in this game. That doesn't tarnish his career one bit. Chipper Jones is done. He is no more, and he's going to remember his last at-bat, this ovation that he got with 2 outs, and that was a very meaningful moment. And then he ends up getting an infield hit out of this. Descalzo probably rushes that throw a bit, and it ends up being an infield hit for Jones, who barely beats and maybe didn't beat Alan Craig with the bag. But that's going to be his last moment on a big league field, and he's also going to remember, unfortunately, that he couldn't stand on the field and wave to the crowd because it was a dangerous situation.
He was an MVP. He was an 8-time All-Star and just 1 World Series title in 1995 when he was a youngster, certainly. And we're going to hear from Chipper Jones right now, who talked about the disappointment of ending his career with a loss today in the wild card game.
That call right there, it's kind of a gray area. It's I don't know. But I'm not willing to say that particular call, cost us the ball game. Ultimately, 3 errors cost us the ball game. Mine probably being the biggest. And, did it cost us 1 out? Did it cost us, 1 run, possibly more? Yes. But I'm not willing to sit here and say that call cost us the ball game.
Carol.
What did you think of the fans' reaction to it, and did you get almost hit by a bottle at some point?
Well, no, I was up under the awning. Mama didn't raise no fool, but it's disappointing anytime something like that happens. Obviously, delays in the game, throw everybody kind of off their game. You never want to see something get violent like that. I know one thing's for sure: you won't be able to say that Braves fans don't care. They came out in full force tonight, 50,000 strong. We love each and every one of them. Obviously, you don't want to see what happened there in the 8th inning happen, but when you got a Game 7 and your whole season is on the line, and obviously there was a call that did go against the home team. Unfortunately, things like that are going to happen.
And again, a classy gentleman who said, I'm not willing to say that call that went against the Braves was the difference in the game, because certainly it was not.
Yeah, I agree with him on that point.
Yes.
And I think we've talked about that quite a bit, and he did say, and I think he's right, that it may have cost him a run, maybe more. I don't agree with him that that's the way that you show that you love a team by acting that way. I don't agree with that at all. And great respect for Chipper Jones and his career, and I know he's certainly trying to express the appreciation in the midst of that to the fans that have been so good to him over the years, but that's not the proper way, in my estimation, to show your love for a team, to do that. Maybe it shows, he actually said, shows they care.
Yes.
But I think it kind of just shows that, and again, not everybody, but the few that did it, that they were that they were not behaving properly. That's basically what that showed.
Exactly right. And perhaps the Cardinals get a little payback for Chipper Jones and that ball club in '96 that knocked the Cardinals out of the postseason in Ozzie Smith's final game in the big leagues before that great Hall of Famer retired.
Well,
they do it to him today.
Yeah, and you just want somebody, you know, whenever you play your last game, you're not going to ever go out exactly the way you want unless Chipper Jones would have, hit a grand slam to win a World Series with 2 outs in the ninth. I mean, that's probably in his mind how he envisioned it. But what you really hope is that what he remembers more than anything, as he said, not Mama didn't raise a fool, so he was up underneath the awning and didn't get hit by anything. So, but I hope he remembers that ovation that he got as he stepped to the plate with 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth inning at home, where he provided all those thrills for the Braves fans over the years. Because that was, you know, I'm not a Braves fan, but I love that moment. I'm a baseball fan, and I love that moment, and I think that's what the playoffs brings out.
It's what the playoffs do bring out. It's why baseball is such a great sport, especially when you get to this time of the year, October baseball. Jim Hayes, one more time at Turner Field, helping us put a wrap on this, and has some final thoughts now. Jim?
All right, guys, a crazy night here as debris and beer bottles and what have you was just raining down on the field. Kind of a scary moment. We were right there in the camera well and had to duck for cover. Almost as crazy the fact that you're facing Chris Medlin, a guy who in 23 Chris Medlin starts, the Braves had gone 23-0, and Medlin goes 6 1/3, gives up just the 3 hits. The Cardinals still win. And as some of the players point out, you need a couple of breaks along the way. The Cardinals certainly got those tonight, but now they live to fight another day as the Cardinals are moving on. Guys, we send it back to you.
All right, Jim, thank you. We'll see you on Sunday. They are moving on. This is our Bommarito Automotive playoff picture, and the Cardinals take care of the Braves, move on to Sunday's showdown in the NLDS, the 5-game series, remember, best of 5.
And as we look out at this playoff picture, before we do that, I want to say one more time, we need to give some props to the Cardinal bullpen, by the way. We haven't talked much about them. They did a nice job. They did give up 1 run, but the Cardinals are moving on, and that means they're going to play the Nationals. I look at that, all 4 teams in the National League, and I don't think there's a clear-cut favorite. No. The Nationals have the most wins of anybody in baseball. So you'd say, well, they're bound to be the team that would be the favorite. But no team in baseball had 100 wins this year. So there's not this juggernaut that you think, well, they can't be beat. And I would say the same thing about the American League. The Tigers, of course, are hot, but I think really anybody can be had. Here's a look at that Cardinals bullpen and what they've done in the last 12 games since the 22nd of September. Team ERA of 1.05, and Mike Matheny was able to use 4 guys today, and for the most part they were effective, and they saved the win. That's how it works.
They did. They had some situations that could have gone the other way, but they did not, and the Cardinals get the 6-3 win. The tweet is on. Redbird champagne celebrations never get old. 12-12. No, they do not. They were great in 2011. They're great here in 2012. First win of 12 in the books, 12-12.
11 more to go, and you're right about the celebrations. They are just an absolute blast. You act like a 5-year-old when you're doing it, but that's okay.
Matt Carpenter tweeting, "That's what I'm talking about, birds," and he will join the team and hopefully have an opportunity to contribute against the Nats in the NLDS. And one more tweet is on. Let's go home and rest and get ready for Washington. A workout tomorrow, and then it'll be the Nationals on Sunday in Game 1. We will preview that NLDS series as we wrap things up when we continue on Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live. Stay with us.
And look at this. Launched out to deep left. Goodbye. And makes the catch. It's a double play. Tough play here. And got him. And all of a sudden, we've got a ball game.
Take a look at the season by the numbers. The Nationals win the season series 4-3, but you look at the way this broke down, Rick, certainly the Cardinals the better of it when the ball club was, when games were played here instead of in Washington.
Well, the games that were played here were most recent. The Cardinals won 2 out of 3 of those games. They scored 26 runs in 3 games against the Nationals, and they really handled their pitching staff. Now, the Nationals do have a good staff. They have one of the best starting staffs and relievers in all of baseball. But the Cardinals had them figured out, at least in that series, so it'll be very interesting to see if they can repeat when the Nationals come back to begin Game 1 on Sunday.
And a look at the schedule for the NLDS that does begin Sunday with a 2 o'clock start time for the Cardinals and the Nats, and it's Gonzalez versus Wainwright. Game 2 will be on Monday afternoon at 3:30 with Zimmerman going against Garcia, and then we're not sure about the starters in the Game 3, and you see the other 2 games if necessary. And don't forget, after every one of these NLDS games, just like throughout the entire postseason, you can turn right back over here right after the game for Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live.
I would expect to see Carpenter, Loesch, Wainwright in games 3, 4, and 5 if necessary, if all those games are necessary. But Garcia getting a start at home, I think, is a good thing. Wainwright beat the Nationals the last time that he saw them, and that came on the 27th of September, just 1 run in 6 innings against the Nationals.
But the first time he faced them at the end of August, things did not go well. In fact, one of his worst starts, the Cardinals lost that game 10-0.
I was trying to forget that.
Yes,
and
me
he
too.
went back to that, but that's exactly right. That was not only a rough start for him, but it was a rough trip for them in general. But here's the start I want to talk about. Just 5 hits in 6 innings, 5 strikeouts, and that was a week ago today for Wainwright. So, again, that's a recent issue for him, and you have to be confident with Wainwright starting at home, although Gio Gonzalez is one of the game's best. He's either the Cy Young or he's number 2, and that's pretty much it. And he beat the Cardinals on the 31st of August, throwing a 5-hit shutout in that game.
Yeah, one of his 21 victories on the season. And you look at him, and you're right, he's probably the second in the Cy Young balloting. If it wasn't for R.A. Dickey, he'd be the NL Cy Young winner.
Yeah, he just had a phenomenal year, very, very good year. But that's kind of the best matchup we're going to see in this series. We're going to see it in Game 1. We should remind everybody that we're not going to see Steven Strasburg in this series, and so much talk about whether or not that was the right thing or wrong thing to do. Right now, I'm pretty darn happy about it, that Steven Strasburg will not be starting Game 1 or Game 2 for Washington.
I would agree with that. Gio Gonzalez, like a lot of these Nationals as well, this is their first ever try at this postseason business, and that includes Bryce Harper. Now, we're talking about Gio Gonzalez, who may or may not win the Cy Young. You're talking about Bryce Harper, who may or may not be the NL Rookie of the Year. But he has hit Cardinal pitching well, but he's never done it in postseason baseball.
Well, he seems like one of those rookies that just doesn't really think too much. He just plays, and he has so much confidence. There's a lot of things that he had never done before or never seen before this year, and he made happen. So he has hit the Cardinals well. He's not quite at the level of Pedro Alvarez, but he's very close. And when you think about postseason experience by games, you take the roster, how many games have these guys played in? The Yankees, of course, they're always going to be on top of that list. The Rangers are second, Cardinals third, and look where the Nationals are. Only 94 total games in postseason play by their roster.
And don't forget, Chipper Jones just played in his 93rd postseason game.
So he kind of skewed that one a little bit, didn't he? Well, that's almost as many as the whole Nationals
That's
team.
it. He's one shy of what the Nationals have in the entire...
And half of the Braves
and
experience,
he had half the Braves experience. But now, of course, all the Braves can add one more game, but it didn't work out for them. It did work out for the Cardinals. You mentioned no Strasburg, so it changes their lineup a little bit, and you wonder if the Cardinals are able to take care of that division series. What the Washington Nationals fans will say about not having Steven Strasburg.
Well, they'll have a lot to say about that, that's for sure. But the Nationals, you can't take them lightly. They're not going to have Strasburg as electric as he was during this year. He got to his innings total, which I guess is 159 in the third, and then they shut him down at that point. And I think there's a lot to do with the insurance contract that they had on his performance, which was downplayed at first and then kind of came more of an issue as it went on. And there are old school baseball guys that say, how can you have a guy who's your best pitcher not pitch in the playoffs because he was hurt the year before? And so the debate goes on, but the Nationals have stuck to it. And I will say this about the Nationals. Even though they don't have a lot of experience and they don't have Mr. Strasburg, they have Davey Johnson leading them, and this is not his first rodeo. Davey Johnson is an outstanding baseball man. He has been the manager of the year in the big leagues. He was good with the Mets. He went over to the Orioles. He won with them. He's just flat out a winner. and his experience, I think, as it comes to the manager side, will probably override his team's lack of experience.
He's won 3 World Series titles, so he knows exactly what it takes. We want to remind you that on Sunday and Monday, both games, make sure you show up 2.5 hours ahead of time and come to the Ballpark Village area, because we'll be at the Budweiser stage with a pep rally sponsored by Fox Sports Midwest, and we will be there, in fact, every game played at Busch Stadium throughout the postseason.
Those are always fun, aren't they? We love it. The fans get kind of amped up, and we keep telling the players they can't get amped up. That doesn't mean we can't. And please join us at the pep rally. We're going to have all kinds of fun things. We'll have giveaways, all kinds of deal. Al Roboski will be there, and we'll just have a great time.
We will have.
You got to be where Al is. That's where the
always be where Al Roboski is. There's one thing unless he goes to Venezuela during some baseball there, we'll stay away from that.
We learned that today.
We learned that today. Final take time, Rick, after the Cardinals take care of the Braves.
Well, the final take is that the Cardinals deserve to win this game. Regardless of the particular call in this game, they really overcame a lot of breaks that didn't go their way in the early going, and they made up for it. The Braves defensively gave the Cardinals some runs, but they also earned them with what they did. The Braves made some questionable plays, including a bunt that went awry, and you got to credit the Cardinals bullpen again for finishing the job.
Thank you so much for watching this wild card edition of Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live. We'll see you on Sunday, 2.5 hours before the game for the pep rally, and then immediately after NLDS Game 1 here on Fox Sports Midwest. Good night.
Happy flight.